Oh, we're live. Hi.
G'day.
Cheating.
Hello, everyone.
Hello.
Welcome to
Hi.
Radiant Shadows episode 4. I'm the. I thought I was
You're
going to
there?
be smooth
Hello
today.
there. How
Hi,
are you there?
I'm Ham the DM. I'm going to be running the game today, and I'm going to throw it over to the rest of our awesome players to introduce themselves. And I'm going to look straight at Promethean because he's like in my eyesight, and he's playing with something very large.
Big old chonky.
Crazy.
Hi, I'm Promethean. I stream sometimes on the Twitch and on my channel and the OzQuest channel, and here, in which I play Delgrim, a Duergar Ranger, and I'm looking forward to using my Meeples and Dragons chonky D20 sometime tonight.
That is
yeah.
quite the D20.
At which point I will then check it off the amazing bingo card.
Well.
That Kate has once again kindly put together for us all tonight.
I love a bingo card. It's fun. It's interactive. Streamers should do it.
It is. It's wonderful. I like it. It's a brilliant idea. And on the subject of those brilliant ideas, Kate.
Hello. I am Kate, or Solomon Kate, in every place on the internet. I play over at Dungeons and Doctorates and play a generally nerdy wizard. No surprises there. And this week, I'm just going to shamelessly promote the fact that I'm going to be on Raging Rolls on Thursday night because it's going to be great. They're raising money for charity this entire October, and apparently I have donated too much money, which means that now I have to be on it and deal with my consequences. So it's going to be a fun time.
Awesome. Cool. I'm multitasking, talking in the chat. I can't do that. Cass, go quick.
Hey, I'm Cass. You can find me on Twitch at SazTheMeeple with 2 R's. Professional lurker. I post sometimes, but you probably don't want to hear what's going on in my head most of the time. I play Miera, a sorcerer, and I'm also using Meeples and Dragons dice tonight.
Wow. It's all about the Meeples and Dragons dice. Outstanding. Mr. Heath.
Hello. G'day everyone, I'm Heath. I'm the Antipodean D20. I am here on time. I was ready well before time because time was not on my side today. If you know, you know. I'm looking forward to our 4th stream of Radiant Shadows.
Yeah.
This is becoming a pleasant habit, isn't it?
It is.
And we are ready to go. I have my cup of tea ready to go. Grumpfel is consuming coffee. This is going to upset someone. I had someone ask me between streams, like, what kind of coffee do you like? I'm like, I drink tea, and they're like,
yeah, no. I think that just highlights the commitment to the role playing that you have. You know, it's impressive.
Yeah, so it's like, no, the character likes coffee. I love the smell of coffee. I love the process of watching it being ground and made, and the tamping and the brewing and the smell. And I don't drink it. So I'm not sure whether there was yeah, exactly that. I was just the role, or whether it's like, okay, right. But there it is.
Awesome.
Anywho, and we're going to have a lot of fun, and it's going to be fun, and it's going to be fun.
Awesome.
You're determined it's going to be fun.
It's going to be. It's going to be fucking
as
fun.
Soon as I've had my coffee.
What are you saying about the last 3 episodes?
Right. Okay.
Sure,
last
3 episodes. Twitch. Twitch.
Lucky last, we got John.
Oh, I wouldn't know about lucky. I do apologize tonight. I'm getting over the conflu from PAX. Thanks to everybody who came down and saw us at PAX. It was great to see everybody. The last 2 years have been largely everything's been video, so no face-to-face. So it was really nice to see everyone. If I sound like I'm talking like Barry White, thank you. But it's just me getting over the last remnant of the conflu. Well, what do you guys call it? PAX Pox.
PAX
Pox. I like to
Pox.
think of it more along the lines of that. You play Tiernan, who is a young man who's maybe only just finally reaching, maturity, and you're
in his 20s. He's hitting puberty in his 20s. Wow.
Look, we don't necessarily know how people function.
Very late.
So who knows? Maybe this is perfectly in line. So,
well, I do have a couple of quick announcements that Boss Lady would kill me if I don't. Just letting everybody know, at Meeples and Dragons, the Dice Advent Calendar pre-orders are live. Wave 1 is almost already sold out. The Advent Calendar is a 24-drawer box with each drawer containing a full 7-piece set, plus 1 extra set gift wrap to go under your Christmas tree for the Christmas morning. if you can wait that long to open it, of course. This year we've decided to keep the same box we did last year, simply because when we met a few people in person, they kept the box and were using it for additional dice storage and were encouraging us not to change it. So
Excellent.
we haven't. But that's it for me. Let's see. Let's see what hijinks we get into.
I can personally attest for watching Sarah, who I'm going to always call out as our amazing producer. She is currently making sure that everything technically works the way it should.
Totally wrong about eating dice, though.
Totally wrong about eating dice. I mean, look, perfection only goes so far, but Sarah is fantastic and does a whole crap load of stuff in the background. So thank you very much for that. And I can attest, I've seen her like going through one by one, checking the dice for these advent calendars. So each dice has been lovingly selected. They're absolutely worthwhile. They're pretty awesome. Any other announcements from anybody else that we want to throw out into the ring?
Not off the top of my head.
No. Oh, hey, hold on, Promethean. Just like back up the bus a bit. The glass. That was quite an impressive glass that you had in your hand.
Yeah.
Oh, you mean this glass?
Oh,
Yeah,
those
wow.
guys.
Boy, that's quite impressive.
I didn't realize you nabbed the Ranger, mate.
We need Delgrim
That is
to
so
give it an impromptu review right now. The aspects and the advantages of it.
And
It would make a good weapon.
Kate's using one of the traditional ones, and also they're beautiful glasses.
I would have
Yeah,
bought
I
a
feel the
whiskey
left
glass,
eye
but I
out.
couldn't trust it was going to get home in one piece.
So again, go to meeplesanddragons.com.au, buy everything they have on the website, including all of the glasses, which I'm not sure there are many left.
The
Maybe.
glasses are currently in production. We should expect to have. We haven't got an ETA back yet, but expect them within 2 to 3 weeks.
Awesome. And if you go onto like the Instagrams and the Twitters, you'll see people who have actually taken photos and stuff like that floating around out there. You'll get to see just how awesome these are. And
It's always nice to see them out in the wild. So.
It is. It's awesome. So I think I've got one small thing. I might have said on Twitter that because it's October and it's all horror, and Skittles have done the Rotten Zombie Skittles thing. That for every subscription we get today, I've got a small bowl of their fantastic Skittles. So for every sub, I'm going to eat one of these. Cass first inflicted them on me last weekend. She can attest to the fact that they are absolutely revolting.
They are foul.
If you had a bad one,
Is it all of them revolting, or is it just like
No,
it's
it's a nice little surprise.
Oh my god!
But
that's
also-
so
Sprinkle
amazing.
through.
but some of them you take the first bite and you go, oh yeah, no, this is a nice one. No,
This
oh,
is fine.
No,
Ooh,
this is.
taste of regret.
And
I-
they're never
I
the
have-
same color.
I have excellent news. Then we've already had 2 subs.
So
far.
so thank you to, I think one of them was Heath.
Do 2 at once.
And the other subscription was my wonderful other half, who
Yes.
is probably right now sitting in the front room of our house cackling away at her.
Well, I'll
and
just fix that.
fucking-
Make it make it a nice round 3. Odd numbers are
already.
nice.
Oh my god!
Okay,
Odd numbers are nice.
so I am a man of my
Yeah.
word. There are three Skittles here. I've actually
One at a time,
One
not
at a
all together. One at a time, not all
I've
together.
picked green ones, so that's okay. All right. Hold on.
This is so
Oh.
intense. I don't
That's
want
fine.
this.
Come on. He's so
Do you get many
thinking of
zombies
it.
out?
All right, okay as well.
Okay, 2 out of 3.
Come
Ain't
on.
Now
bad.
the last time we
Come
did
on.
these, the orange ones had a higher ratio of being dodgy.
Look how gently he's placed that into me.
Yeah.
Dainty little mouth. Just
feel like we need to.
Well,
we
that's
need
a
to,
face
of
we-
regret.
we need
That's
we need to run the
concerned
we need to
face.
run the commentary on this like a golf game. He's masticating, and it looks like it's a par 3.
Yes.
that didn't
That
seem
was
like
bad.
Oranges.
Was that an Alas Earwax type moment? I feel like that was an Alas Earwax type moment.
Smooth.
I feel like there is now a rotten egg lurking in the back of my mouth.
Oh no!
And And I will just point this out. I'm closed away in my office, away from the other end of the house, and I can still hear my other half laugh.
The face of regret,
Yay.
indeed, Tam. The face of regret, indeed.
He's going to take that out on us, though. You know.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, without doubt.
Oh God! All right.
Okay. Oh, and that was some mead that Kath brought us, which was a lot stronger than I was anticipating. Today's got off to a great start. Okay, with that, let us jump into things. So, last session. So while continuing to investigate the dead body, hoping to find more clues as to the whereabouts of the missing fireworks, our small band of adventurers finally came face to face with the strange creatures that they were sent out to find. Large cat-like beings with remarkably humanoid faces, the beasts from the Fae posed no immediate threat, more curious as to what the party was up to than anything else. When engaged with, however, it was discovered that the creature, whose name they discovered was Larazamble, has seen exactly
Larry.
what happened.
Larry.
Larry is how he's been dubbed. Had seen exactly what had happened and would help them for a price. And thus began lengthy negotiations, resulting in Delgrim entering into agreement with Larazamble to try and get the people of Greenfield to provide sacrifice to it every full moon in exchange for it both helping the party as well as leaving the people of Greenfield alone. A blood pact was made, and with that, the group headed back to Greenfield. Upon returning, they sought out Wex, the elderly bugbear priest, to see if he would assist them. Wex agreed to see if he could convince members of the town to help, but only once the storm had passed. And so with that, the party decided to then head out to the house of Athelas, a strange half-elf wizard whose Miera's friend Bex had been to see. Located on the banks of Lullaby Lake, our heroes managed to make their way into the small cabin to find it empty, but left in perfect order. Doing what all good adventurers do, they searched it, only to discover a small hidden drawer in the table, and inside that, a note. Upon checking said note, they discovered, hidden under scribbled charcoal, the words, "It can see me." And that is where we will pick up. So,
And it was
Yep.
Rowan only who had actually discovered that, right? The rest of us are like looking at a nail down on the floor.
The rest of
somewhere,
you guys
courtesy
had
of our
found a-
very rubbish perception.
yeah,
checks,
there was a
right?
lot of very,
garbage.
very
perception
bad
checks.
rolls. So, yes,
Almost,
Rowan was
almost spectacular rolls.
Didn't we check the chest as well?
You did check the chest as well.
Check basically everything, and
You-
no one
you
can
guys-
see crap.
Poor
Hence why I was stating that you guys do what adventurers do so well, which is basically toss the place, because that's what you guys do. The chest.
Hey, we got through the door at least.
Well, this is true. This is true. Often one of the greatest challenges.
Yeah.
The chest itself. Let me just find here. Yeah, look, the chest was unlocked, and was actually empty. There was nothing left in it. So, what are you guys going to do next?
And Rowan,
Well,
what
we're
have-
all
what
going
have
to
you
drink.
found? We're drinking.
Oh, yeah, hydrate already.
Yes.
Jeepers.
D20
Thanks,
hitting
D20.
hitting us with an early hydrate.
A good reminder, given warmer weather on its way.
Meaty goodness.
Meaty revenge. Oh, I don't know what it says, but like, I mean, I know what it says, but I don't know what it means. And she's just going to point out to Delgrim this writing on the wall.
And the pictures that went with it.
Yes.
Are they recognizable to Delgrim via backstory stuff?
Look, I don't.
Adding to the backstory.
Have you ever seen a sun before?
Yeah, look, it's very obvious what the imagery is of. Nothing sort of triggers any kind of immediate recollections from anything
Okay.
you've seen before.
Those two images you mentioned seem pretty similar to.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
look, absolutely. But no, these just look like basically hand-drawn depictions.
What were the images again? Like, can we actually? Is Rowan showing us, or?
So,
the sun
yeah.
and the horizon, yeah, and lots of stylized suns in
Yeah.
general. And to answer your question, Cass, no, Delgrim's only seen the sun kind of recently. He's
Under the
Might not
from a very
recognise
large
the
hat.
picture of it.
yeah,
he's
it's still
new
a
to the
novelty.
sun.
What does thing in sky make eyes hurt?
Poor Delgrim. This is
No,
what is
Not
this
poor
it?
Delgrim.
What is this it? This it that can see. And you know what? We leveled up at the end of that last session.
You did. Yeah.
Indeed.
And given a note in a drawer is talking about strange things that can see.
Oh, look out. Delgrim's going to bust out some...
Well, no, so Delgrim now has blind fighting as his fighting style. So blind sight within 10 feet, but can also see invisible creatures within that range.
Mhm.
And he'll just do a quick sweep for anything odd in the actual room that might be secretly watching.
So was it 10 feet, isn't it?
It is.
10 feet? Okay, make a perception check for me. Roll the dice.
The dice shall be rolled.
Roll the dice.
You know what? I'm going to use one of my wonderful new physical dice for this.
Outstanding.
It's a 10.
Is it 10?
Yeah.
Look straight down the line. Yeah, you sort of close your eyes and focus and just sort of almost like reach out with your senses. You don't see or sense anything around you beyond what you've already seen in this small hut.
Still raining outside, isn't it?
It is.
Like cats and
Not-
dogs.
Not heavily. No. Just rats and fleas. So it's fairly light.
I think this Athalis may have left. If all things are gone from chest, perhaps Athalis take things and go somewhere.
Have you found anything worth talking about that might indicate where he might have gone? Given everyone else has been searching.
No, haven't really seen anything.
Did we check under the bed?
No one actually said they checked under the bed. Would you like to, Miera?
Yes, thank you. I will check
Okay.
under the bed.
All right. Okay. Let me just check here. So you sort of get down on all fours and look under this bed. And the first thing that you notice under there is nothing.
Not even a
it's
dust bunny.
Not even a dust bunny. Like, this place is really clean.
Disappointing.
Like, whoever lived here was quite the neat freak.
Rowan, may I have a look at that parchment, please?
She'll let you.
Pardon?
She'll let you. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Tiernan would just like to have a bit of a look at it. You said that it's like stylized suns and that sort of thing, yes? I would like to look at the paper, look at the stylized sun, and also try to see if I can use my position of where I'm currently am, and look out the window and try to determine where north is, what I can see from each side. Where would the sun be, so to speak? I'm explaining this terribly.
So okay, so what I'm hearing is that firstly you want to just examine the piece of paper to see.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So firstly, let's make an investigation check as you sort of you give the piece of paper a once over.
Investigation. 22.
22. Sweet damn, dude.
Hmm.
Okay. Look, it's definitively a piece of paper. A bit more of the charcoal comes off under your finger that originally concealed those words, and you sort of wipe off a bit more, but there's nothing else that's concealed under that. Everything else seems to be sort of have been composed from ink. The handwriting itself was very neat and tidy.
Even that it can see me.
Even that it can see me. Yep.
All right.
But
Now,
nothing else. Yeah, nothing else unusual or untoward is about this piece of paper.
Okay. Are there many windows in this hut?
So there's the front door and there's one on either side of the room, of this little
Okay.
house. So
The windows on either side of the house.
Yep.
Do they face? What directions do they face?
west and east.
West and east.
Yep.
Okay, so whoever could stay in the house, would actually see the rising sun and the falling sun.
Probably. Give or take, a few trees in the way or stuff like that.
Okay. I would just like to go over to the windows
Mhm.
and see what I can actually see out of each window.
Okay, all right. So out of the eastern window, you can see the countryside just sort of stretches off into the distance. There's a few small rises, a few small pockets of trees. It's fairly open countryside. To the west, you can see the very edge of the Lullaby Pond or Lullaby Lake. Sorry, sort of only just. It's sort of more to the northward from where you are. But again, it's just sort of that open countryside. Are you
Okay.
looking for anything sort of in particular, or anything sort of unusual or landmarkish or anything like that, or?
More trying to look at the passage of the sun in relationship to inside the hut.
Okay. Make a perception check for me once you've finished coughing up a lung.
Oh, I didn't need that lung.
No, lungs are overrated.
And being a ranger, Delgrim might, while that's happening, have a look around and see if there's any kind of tracks or anything around the house to give an indication of what direction
Well-
a former inhabitant might have taken.
Okay, so you got a top. So Delgrim heads outside to go and have a look. So Delgrim, I'll get you to just make a survival check and hold on to that for the moment. John, from where you are, probably would have a few issues seeing the rising sun until it was sort of over some of the trees. Setting sun, yeah, you probably get a fairly decent view of it sitting over sort of the distant small hillocks and the like. But there's sort of nothing in particular untoward about it, considering the position of the house and stuff.
All right. Does anything match with the suns that are drawn on the paper?
Not really, no.
No. Okay.
No. The suns are very stylized. The sort of thing that you would see like on a like a house sigil on a tabard, something which is very, very stylized.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Can I possibly check to see if I recognize the symbology?
You can certainly make a history check. Absolutely.
Would Miera recognize the handwriting, maybe?
Possibly. If you have a look at it, no, you wouldn't.
First one of the night.
One. Well done.
One.
Excellent.
Yeah, one. Well done.
So check that one off your bingo card, ladies and gentlemen, boys and
Ooh,
girls,
bingo
and
card.
everybody
Nat
else.
one.
The only thing I get really high positives on, and I rolled a 1.
Look, they're sons. It's cool. Yeah, there's nothing about them that seems familiar in any respect to you.
Thanks, Rowan. And I hand the piece of paper back.
So, sorry, I'm just going to quickly skip across to Delgrim because he said he was going to pop outside.
Yeah, go.
So Delgrim, so you go outside to have a look around for tracks and stuff. Make an amazing survival check for me.
No
I'm
pressure.
I've got you. Come on, buddy. You've got this.
So I rolled El Chonko, and
Yeah.
with my sexy +3, that's a 17.
Oh, okay. Excellent. El Chonko is not doing too bad.
Thank you, El Chonko.
It is, with all the rain, especially because it's been raining for a few days now, you can see that there is a small worn path sort of from the front door that heads back towards Greenfield, but you don't see any other tracks or anything of that nature. There's a few close to the sort of just the outside of the door, obviously where someone has, that's sort of the regular nature of someone going out the front door, Looks like often wearing quite sort of sturdy boots. But beyond that, the trail you can't sort of see go anywhere else. The rain and all the mud and stuff is making it very difficult.
Delgrim will just head back to the house and conglomerate with the party again then.
Cool. Grumpfel, you were going to say something.
So refresh our memories. This is a one-room hut that we're in.
Absolutely, correct.
Okay, so like everything contained, there's a bed in here. There's no second room for the bedroom or anything like that.
No.
Okay. Does it look like there's any evidence of a cellar or an attic?
You would be able to tell straight off the bat that there's not, the ceiling's not high enough for an attic.
Okay.
In regards to a cellar, you can either sort of just have sort of cast your eyes around to see if you can see anything, or you can actually sort of get down and check the floors and do like an investigation, whichever you feel is more appropriate. I
might do the investigation thing.
Okay.
Now with nominess, isn't there a stone something or other that? Hang on, just going back to refresh
Isn't that
my.
Depends on the type of gnome.
Hang on. Oh no, it's just stone camouflage in rocky terrain. It's not because I've usually played dwarves and I know they've got that secrety sort of slope and rise and all that sort of thing. But I vaguely recalled something to do with stone in the gnome thing. But no, it's stone camouflage. Okay, so just a investigation roll.
An investigation check would be fantabulous.
All right, let's go digital. Come on, D&D and Beyond.
Digital.
9 in total.
Would you like some health there, Grumpfel?
Yeah, sure, absolutely, 100%.
So roll with advantage, delayed advantage.
Okay.
Well, I only noticed him getting down on the ground, you said.
That's fine.
Well, it takes a while to notice because you're a lot taller than Grumpfel.
Yeah.
Tiernan is a lot taller than Grumpfel.
Stand up,
Short
Grumpfel.
squad, go.
That's it.
Overly.
Yes, no, let's not sell ourselves short. Let's see, rolling again.
Yep.
Oh, that's
A
never
9 again.
A 9. Okay. Look,
Wing
D&D and Beyond is not impressed with my puns nor my
consistency is key in Grumpfel's life, I feel, and due to that, no. Look, even with that, like it's very obvious that there's nothing that's been there's no trapdoors, there's nothing of that nature on the floor. Even with a lowish roll, like you'd be stunned if anybody was able to find anything else on this floor. There's not even any rugs or anything that could be, have a trapdoor hidden under it or anything of that nature.
What about curtains?
Curtains? Yeah, there's curtains. But I'm not sure he'd hide a trapdoor under a curtain. No?
Don't worry.
No?
Rowan's going to go across to Miera and just say, can you see anything that would make you think that your friend's been here?
I can't see anything yet. This place is empty. I don't even know why she would come here. It's so weird.
Rowan's going to look around at the group, assuming she sees, Tiernan and Grumpfel crawling around on the floor. Delgrim's gone outside. Do you think it's worth us heading somewhere else if you don't think there's anything here to find?
I think we were supposed to go back and speak to Wex when he'd had time to speak to the villagers. So, I mean, I'm not seeing anything here. So I think we should just go. Maybe we'll find some more leads in the village.
I wonder if anyone else would know what that sun symbol meant.
I say Rowan is going to pocket the sun symbol, or if she can't physically pocket it, she's going to copy it and pocket it depending on what it's in. Yeah.
The piece of paper was already folded up quite small anyway, so
Yeah.
it'd be easy enough to just refold it and stash it on a pocket.
Yeah.
Not a problem. Okay.
Can Grumpfel make a like a religion or arcana check with that symbol?
If you're trying to sort of identify it for sort of religious iconography, make a religion check.
21. That was
21.
a natural 20 plus 1 for
Natural
religion.
20.
That is a natural 20
natural 20.
according
Oh,
to D&D Beyond.
All right.
It's
You
20
for a
plus 1 for 21.
critical hit on the piece of paper and explode. No, hold on. So you have a look at it.
Bucket.
Yeah.
Exploded
Rowan
in my
explode,
bucket.
no.
What did I do?
No, it doesn't look like any sort of religious iconography that you've seen before, and you've seen a few different ones through some of your travels and sort of the exposure that you've had to different elements. None of it is vaguely familiar. But yeah, it
Cool.
literally looks like the doodlings of an individual.
Rowan is gonna start folding it again because every time he's gone to put this thing away, someone's tried to read it. But just fold it and put it in her pocket.
Okay. I just got this image wrong. Anyone? No? Okay.
No?
No.
Can I fold it now? Can I put it away now? Right.
Okay, this is fine. Okay, all right. So
Well,
with that,
Well, Wax needed some time, didn't he, to meet the other townsfolk? So
After
there's no point
this-
going back right now.
After the storm.
How long have we been here for? Searching.
the walk out there was only sort of half an hour, 45 minutes. You guys probably spent, by the time you've been sort of doing a decent search, it's probably been half an hour. By the time you rummaged around and searched corners and all of that kind of stuff.
Well, before
Nessa
we go,
was-
is there anything else we need to look at this place?
I have searched for track. I find nothing. I think it clear. Wizard has left.
Well, these sort of places, it's near a lake, isn't it? Did anyone see any structures near the lake? Was this a dock or something? What do they use this lake for, anyway?
Sleep. It is Lullaby Lake.
They sleep
Sound
in
like-
lakes?
It sounds like they use for sleep. Why would you call Lullaby Lake if not for sleep?
Rowan, you're from around
I was
here,
about
aren't
to
you?
say, do I know anything about Lullaby Lake as a
Ooh, make a history check. Lots of dice rolls today.
lots of dice rolls today. I feel
Dice
like
are fun.
we're making up for previous sessions where we just not
Absolutely.
Just did nothing.
what history is that what you said?
History.
So this is gonna go well. Oh, 19 minus 1 is 18.
Look, that's still not bad. You're aware. You'd heard some stories back home about Lullaby Lake and the fact that it got its name primarily due to the quite interesting reeds that just come out from around all of the banks. And when a certain wind would sort of come through this area, the whistling noise through these reeds was actually incredibly soothing. And you'd heard stories that mothers would sometimes bring down like their teething child or kids who were really restless and sit by the lake and
drown
gentle
them.
and gee,
We're getting dark early.
Wow.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, maybe that's why it's a
John's
maybe that's why it's a Lullaby Lake. You're swimming with the fishes.
look, I often come up with some quite dark concepts.
Apologies,
Rowan,
no,
it's
mind
like-
you.
Wow.
Yeah. So
Rowan,
no,
Sorry.
no.
Rowan's
it's-
just gonna turn back to the others and just sort of say, the if you go outside, apparently at certain times of day and in certain weather conditions, you get this beautiful, soft, calming. It's like the sound version of petrichor, that smell of dust after rain. It's that real, just calm release. That's why they call it Lullaby Lake. It's got nothing to do with like the water itself, but more to do with the plants and the rest of it. It's very pretty.
What was that word you
Sounds
used?
very intriguing.
What was that word you used, Kate?
Petrichor?
Petrichor.
Mm.
Oh,
It's the
that's
smell of
almost-
dust after rain.
That's almost
Don't-
like some.
Don't. That's so cheating. It's not sciencey stuff. It is not sciencey stuff. That is Doctor Who nerd.
It can totally be attributed to Doctor Who, correct?
I'm
yeah,
just-
you're right.
But the
That's
thing is,
fine.
the
That is
thing
Doctor Who
What-
nerdburger stuff.
the
course
thing that
so.
I quite like is that you've got Rowan, who so far has demonstrated maybe not she's not the super smartest person on the
She's
not
wise. She's
she's
not
wise.
intelligent.
yeah exactly
So she has a beautiful like story version
Yeah.
of explanation of what it's like. She's like, I don't
Yeah.
know how it works.
yeah
I just know that it's like this, the equivalent of this. It's
Sounds
like,
great.
meh.
Awesome. Okay, so yes, so with that knowledge, what would you guys like to do now?
It's still raining.
Still raining. Yeah.
Were there any structures on the lake?
Not that you can remember seeing.
Well, I guess we go back and I don't know.
Do we want to swing past the lake and just check it out? We're
How
here.
wet are we?
If nothing else, do we go past it to get back to Greenfields, or have we got to go the other direction to get?
Not really. I mean, like it's easy enough to swing. Like it's not far away from the house at all. Like I said, you can see it out one of the windows. It's close.
It's not like we're doing like a 180. It's sort of a derivation, but not a.
Yeah, it's not huge. It'd be an extra 5-10 minutes to your trip, sort of thing.
To the lake.
I would like to see lake.
Yeah, okay.
So you guys head back outside into the rain. Again, it's not raining that heavily, but you guys are still, thoroughly soaked through at this point in time. And you head down towards the lake. There's not enough of a breeze at the moment to invoke the music that Rowan was talking about, but you can certainly see all these reeds emerging from along the banks of the lake itself. When you get down there, can all of you make just a perception check to see what you guys can spot?
No.
18.
9.
8.
She's too distracted by the cool reads. Ooh, 9.
I thought I'd give D&D Beyond another little crack.
Nope.
Yeah.
6.
15.
15. Okay. So none of you notice anything. Although Grumpfel, you're looking around, and as you sort of you do that sort of like, no, I can't see anything. You sort of turn to sort of look back to the rest of the group, and then you see sort of out the corner of your eye, something probably about 80 or 90 feet away, just sticking out from the edges of the reeds into the lake itself. And you're like, that almost looks like maybe just the bow of a small boat.
How far away is it?
About 80, 90 feet.
Does it look like it's looking at us, like the fey creature was tracking us from last session?
No, just it's no, this boat doesn't appear to be looking at anybody.
Making sure that the DM wasn't trying to trick or trap us in anything.
I've always wanted to use the boat.
The boat wants to enter into a blood pact with you. What? Considering Grumpfel may or may not have seen many of these things, he might just go, "Oh, a boat," and point it out to everyone.
Do we see the boat?
Yeah, look, I mean, once Grumpfel sort of points it out, yeah, you can see what appears to be just the bow of a boat just barely sticking out into the lake from amongst the reeds. Probably pulled up onto the bank far enough so it doesn't sort of float off, but you can't see the rest of it. The reeds are too high.
Is it on this side or near us?
Yeah.
Perhaps I should catch some fish and take some fish back to town.
In this weather?
It was, I don't know about above ground, but certainly below ground, when water fall from cave roof, sometimes is best fishing.
Yes.
Rowan's going to go have a look at the boat.
I don't think the fish will be worried about the rain getting them wet. And
So
Grumpfel's just going to kind of wander off down towards the boat.
So you guys all make your way towards the boat as you're talking, and like it's not very far away at all. And you can see it was just more awkwardly positioned but not intentionally hidden. And you can see what appears to be just a very small rowboat that's been pulled up amongst the reeds, a couple of small oars in it, just resting up on the bank. And it looks at you. No, I'm kidding.
It's a mimic. Kill it with fire.
Yeah. Time to start seeding the panic.
Does anyone want to go for a row? Just to the middle of the lake?
As Miera says that, there's like this distant rumble of thunder off in the distance.
Well, it makes me so uncomfortable, and Delgrim will just pull his hat down a little bit more around his head.
It's hat time.
Oh,
It's
hat
that time.
Oh, I've missed that hat.
Oh, I wouldn't recommend going out on the boat in this weather.
It's gotten squished.
Is there anything in the boat that we can quickly look and see?
Yeah.
Look, you peer into the boat. It's very small. There's like sort of one sort of central bench which someone would sit on. It looks like a small rowboat with a couple of oars in it. There doesn't appear to be anything of particular interest in it, apart from the fact that there is a fairly decent puddle of water in the bottom of it now from all the rain.
Fair enough. Well, I say we go back.
Are you scared of water, friend Tiernan?
Not scared of it. It's more of a case of not really wanting to be out in it for too long. You might be unfamiliar with this, but if you're out for too long in the wet sort of weather, you can actually catch a cold.
I am familiar with being unwell. We have water on the ground. It just not falls from sky. I guess it falls from sky and then make its way under the ground. So same water.
Miera's going to have picked a reed as well, and I'm just slapping the surface of the water while I'm kind of waiting.
Okay. Yep. So there's that dull sort of slap each time as you hear the reed sort of smash into the water. Yep.
Rowan's going to climb out along the boat to sort of peek off the end of the boat into the water itself.
So as you sort of get up to the edge of the boat, the ground's quite soft.
Squidgety. She's little, she's light, she's halfling.
Yeah. So you're able to get into the boat. It rocks a little bit, and you can tell that it's almost sort of swampy along the edge of this lake. And you go out along the edge, and you sort of, you peer into the water, and it's hard to see anything because even though the rain's not that heavy, there's just all the ripples that are created by all these raindrops. It's quite a clear, the water's certainly not muddy or anything like that. It's quite a pleasant little lake, but you can't see much of anything.
What about 5-minute boat trip? Go on.
How big's the lake?
The lake is quite sizable. It's the sort of thing where you're probably looking at least a couple of 100 feet across. It's a decent sized little lake. You would imagine that is probably not a bad little fishing spot or something similar.
Delgrim climbs into the boat. Might grab some of those reeds first, potentially to use as spears or some kind.
Is there enough room for Miera?
I feel like Delgrim is not doing that very gracefully, so Rowan's just hanging on as this boat is rocking in the swamp.
Yeah.
Hang on, you don't know me. All right, no. All right, I'm doing an acrobatics check then. Okay. I'll tell you how gracefully I climb into this boat.
Okay.
Oh my god.
Is there enough room for
you
Miera to get in as well?
Roll.
What did you?
What did you roll?
That was a nat 1.
Hold on. We're leading into the
Flavor Town. We're heading into Flavor Town.
You're right up at the very end.
Oh my god, I am.
And you hear Delgrim. He's sort of starting to do some stuff, and then you feel the whole boat just lurch to one side. Can you make a dexterity saving throw, please?
Oh, perfect. Very well, good.
Oh dear.
17.
17. Delgrim, you watch as you sort of you get caught unawares by how soft the ground is, and so you go to just sort of pull yourself up on the side of the boat, and the whole boat just lurches to one side, and everyone watches for the briefest of seconds. You're like, Rowan's just going to get shot into the air. Perfectly sort of counterbalances herself on the end though as it lurches to one side. Delgrim, you kind of just fall into the boat as part of this process, and it rocks backwards and forwards. All of you watch quite an amazing little demonstration of grace from Rowan, though, as she sort of rides this boat as it rocks backwards and forwards before it finally settles, and all of you can just sort of see the top of Delgrim's hat poking out from the bottom of the boat.
I'm very sorry, I'm not prepared. I feel like this had to collect quite a lot of water. It make me heavy, maybe. I fall down. I saw
Rowan's just gonna like nod at that because she's been on boats before because of getting stuff down to do with like home and helping dad and stuff.
Yeah.
So it's not weird that she could stay in a boat that's been thrown around a little bit. That's fine.
Perfectly
She's just
on
like,
brand.
What? Also, the Lightfoot part of her halflingness is hilarious because it's just like, and thud. Well,
Yeah.
I'm good. Are you good? Right. So once we're quite finished almost throwing me in the water, are you going out on the boat? She's like talking to Delgrim in that slightly sarcastic, like, oh, you're in the boat now. Okay. Are you staying?
Delgrim will just pick himself up and just kind of brush himself off a little bit. Not actually respond, other than just take a seat gently in the boat.
So now Delgrim and Rowan are both in the boat.
Is there room for another one?
You can always try.
Yeah, I would like to. I want to go into the boat.
Okay. Are you just going to throw yourself in there, or are you being careful? Or
No, I'll be careful. I've seen boats before.
Yeah. Look, it's
Seen them before.
Yeah.
I know how this works.
Yeah. I've tried a boat before. It's fine.
I spy with my little eye.
Look, I feel that look, getting into a boat's not difficult. Unless you're Delgrim and you roll a 1. So you sort of lurch yourself up onto the side with very little issue.
I've still got my reed.
You've still got your reed.
Yeah.
Yep. On the central bench in this boat, it's wide enough where 2 human-sized figures could sit beside each other comfortably. So you and Delgrim side by side still have left quite a bit of space for anybody else.
Nice. And it's got oars?
Yep.
Well, Tiernan's just looking at Grumpfel and go, after you, little gnome.
I'm not entirely comfortable on the water, but if needs must, he will quickly grab a couple of reeds as well and just sort of not crush them. Like how flexible are they? Is it something he can just kind of just roll up and hold, or is it like
no, they're
something?
They're actually quite thick and quite sturdy.
Okay.
So, I mean, look, it's not super hard to break them, but it's certainly not something you can roll up. So when you're watching Miera, it's like a little
blade and it's like snick and grab them.
Yeah, too easy. Yep, and up into the boat.
Yes. Do you need any particular roll, or are you feeling charitable?
You're fine. It was just Delgrim's insistence to
Yeet himself into the boat.
yeet himself. Absolutely.
I'll have you know, it was pride.
A 4.
alone.
It was a
Thank
nat
you.
1 and a
It wasn't
4.
that. It was. It was.
There's no insistence. It was just straight up pride.
It was
Yeah.
beautiful.
Did
Tiernan,
anyone
you,
actually? I'm gonna push the boat in and then jump in.
Okay.
But before I do so, did I actually get an opportunity to check to make sure this thing wasn't leaking?
You can do an investigation check. Sure.
Okay.
But with Forrest in the boat, is it starting to is the water starting to rise with
Hang on,
Forrest in
we're
the
all
boat?
tiny. We are all tiny. Like
It's
15.
still that's
It's only going to be Tiernan that drags us down.
Yeah.
So the rest of you watch as Tiernan proceeds to quite thoroughly just sort of examine as much of the boat as you can kind of get to without sort of having to go into the lake itself.
Well, I don't want to go out in the lake, so I'm going to be forced to come to check the boat at least.
No, it's fine. Look, it actually looks like it's a fairly well maintained, fairly decent little boat. Delgrim, you do actually one thing that I will say that you do notice because you face planted into it. At the bottom of it smells pretty fishy.
Good.
That's
Well,
suspicious.
If I'm done, I'm going to push the boat in with these guys all sitting in it, and then try to jump into it at the last moment.
Okay, yeah, you are going to try.
I'm going to try.
You can make an athletics or acrobatics check. It's up to you.
Ugh. I guess I'll try acrobatics.
Okay.
10.
10. Yeah, look, it's not that hard. You guys, so you watch as Tiernan slowly pushes the boat out, stumbles a little bit, sort of launches himself onto the side of it. Kind of, you know how when you watch someone who's getting into a boat and they don't quite do it, and sort of gets half stuck on the side. There's a little bit of that. It's not horribly ungraceful, but it's still, you get into the boat without upsetting it, without sending Rowan firing off into the middle of the water. Yeah. So
this
now
is not a jump on the end.
Yeah.
Oh, it goes boop.
all of you are now in the boat as it's very lazily just starting to sort of drift out towards the middle of the lake.
Who's Rowan? Rowan?
Rowan's gonna turn back to Tiernan and give that withering look of the "I've never heard that before."
Well,
Stretch.
technically,
stretch
you're at the front, aren't you?
Yeah, I can't row from where I am.
No. So who's
I also
and
can't
I'm at the
steer.
back.
Oh,
Yep.
it's stretching.
So
Who's got the steering?
Whoever's at the back. Whoever's at the back should be steering.
there's no rudder or anything.
No, but like,
Yep.
that's what a
Yep.
hand's for.
Yeah.
Whoever's at the back should be steering, and whoever's in roughly the middle needs to be paddling. And she's just gonna like settle herself quite comfortably in the nook, sort of at the front of the boat, being like, "I'm not rowing."
Delgrim's
No,
hands
I'm
are
not.
busy just taking apart some rope to make
Hydrate
some line
lovers.
to go on one of these reeds.
Okay.
I'll grab an oar then.
Okay.
I'll keep my reed, though I'm putting my reed just down on the floor in front of me because I'm
Right.
keeping it.
Right, fair call.
I'm going to
So
look for a bucket to start
Okay.
bailing.
No buckets.
I'm grabbing Delgrim's hat and start bailing.
Why? What do you do with Delgrim?
He was wearing
I didn't
that.
want to. I didn't want to be in this boat.
Delgrim hat back.
So you guys watch as Miera
Delgrim
picks
hat.
up one of these oars, and the oar is really quite large, Miera, in comparison. Like definitely designed for human sized.
I'm going to end up rowing, aren't I?
So you guys are sort of watching as Miera's very awkwardly sort of trying to position the oar into the little cradle on the side of this boat. Do you?
Anyone want to help?
So, the sound effects are great.
Okay.
Can someone please clip that? Because that.
Oh.
That was my pathetic.
Oh.
Please help me.
So we need to hydrate, and then I almost feel like Miera needs to make like a strength, like an athletics check to see how she goes with this oar,
Not
because we're just
serious.
leaning into the craziness of this
It's
boat ride.
it's too adorable. Delgrim will assist
Oh,
just at the
God.
it sounds
Okay, all right. So make that athletics check with advantage, Miera.
Oh no, it's -1.
Oh,
Oh,
Nice.
4.
Was that with advantage?
Oh, with advantage, hang
Yeah,
on.
yeah, yeah.
Hang on. 7.
So you guys watch as she's got it about halfway up and positioned, and Delgrim, you go to help and sort of overcorrect, and you guys watch as the oar into the water
Does it float?
beside the boat. Yeah, it floats.
Can I try to quickly jump and reach for it?
Yeah, look, you're able to quickly scramble over and reach over and grab it without too many issues. But
Good, because I was going to try and pull it in with my reed.
Just out of curiosity, is the size of this rowboat supposed to be that only one person row, or one human size, or
you get the impression that's probably big enough. You could have two people sitting in the middle, so you could have one person on each. But the oars are big enough where you could just have one person in it as well.
I offer to row.
in that tone.
In that tone.
Like,
Jeez.
Yeah, oh, absolutely. Tiernan didn't want to be out here in the rain, so
Okay. So with that, Tiernan takes control of the oars.
where
and
are we going?
Yeah, where are you going?
So has Tiernan moved into the middle of the
There's no
boat?
knowing where we're rowing.
Where do we going? Oh,
That happened.
We're
Anyway.
I mean, the
we're
chocolate
like
factory
20
all over
minutes
again.
in. Come on, pull it together, bitch. What are you doing?
Who's at the back?
If Tiernan's moved into the middle, I might have wiggled myself to the back.
yeah,
And I'll
Grumpfel could be up
take
there 'cause
my
he was
lead.
one of the last in as well.
If you're at the back, you're in control of which way we're going. Tiernan's the power, but you're the steering. She's still just like comfortably in her little like nook at the front.
Well, actually, whoever was in first, because ideally a boat gets pulled up by the bow, so whoever's in first would be at the stern.
So we're facing the wrong way. But
Yeah.
also she's like, you got to turn us around first.
So
Just like that.
The boat has
Everyone-
more.
Yeah.
So for
Everyone
the,
leans to
Or
the left.
determine-
How proficient is Tiernan with an oar?
Admittedly, he's never been on a boat before. He understands the mechanics, but he's never actually been on
Oh,
a boat
no.
before.
So-
Where it's in the boat going.
so for the sake of brevity,
Yeah.
that we don't spend this entire session while you guys row in circles on this lake. It does take Tiernan some time to kind of figure out how to maneuver the boat. I can see Rowan's probably shouting instructions because Rowan, you definitely have experience with boats.
Oh yeah.
And so there's possibly a little part of you that's dying inside as you watch Tiernan, but
Just
eventually,
a really small part.
just a smidge. You guys like finally manage to sort of row the boat out, sort of roughly about halfway out into the middle of the lake, and you can see that like once you're out there, you actually realize that it's actually quite a bit stretches quite a long way to the north. It's actually quite a long lake, and you're now sitting in the middle of this lake, while it's raining. Again, the occasional distant rumble of thunder, and then you see once or twice a very distant sort of flash of lightning. Very big gap between the lightning and the thunder. But you are sitting in the middle of the lake.
In a thunderstorm.
In a
Seems
thunderstorm.
totally safe.
In a rowboat.
Yeah.
Now, Tiernan, I do believe... who's wearing metal of some description? No, I'm just kidding. I'm not.
Oh,
Actually, that may be one way to wake him up. M level 2. Hmm?
All right, so what are you guys doing? You're in the middle of the lake.
Can we see anything in the water? Like you said, the water's pretty clear. Can we?
It is, but with all the rain, there's a lot of ripples. So if you're trying to see if there's anything sort of under the surface, you can make a perception check, but it will be at disadvantage.
Okay.
Why not?
I mean, Rowan would be
Can-
doing that. Like that's to be fair, should be
Yeah,
sort
for
of
sure.
hanging.
Can anyone roll?
Absolutely.
Perception,
Anyone who's trying to sort of
Okay.
see what's
let's-
lurking under the
Two
under the
rolls
lake.
take the lowest. Let's go.
Oh yeah, so I rolled that, and then I need to roll this one.
10. Okay, 10's 10.
What did you say?
14.
Perception. Sorry, Ham.
Yeah, perception.
18.
Oh shit. Okay.
Oh,
What was yours,
Nine.
Grumpfel? 14.
10 and a 14, so with disadvantage is 10.
Okay. Delgrim.
19.
So on the perception check with disadvantage, you got 19,
Mm.
as opposed to when you tried to get into the boat.
And
Yeah.
rolled in that one. Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
correct.
I just wanted to clarify things. That's all.
Yeah. Thank
Was
you.
that digital?
I appreciate that. The nat one was, yes. That is
But
that is there in the log for all to see, which is why I'm never touching that goddamn button ever again.
Miera, what did you get?
I got a 5.
A 5. Okay.
I rolled a pair of 17s, so I got an 18.
Nice.
Like,
Yeah.
guess that's my number.
It's a real shame because like it's a lake. Like you can see, like it looks for Rowan and Delgrim, because you both got quite high. It looks quite deep. It is quite deep, but you can't see anything beneath the surface beyond that. The water is just very, very dark. But with the ripples from all the rain and stuff like that, yeah, it's hard to see much of anything.
I think perhaps we've dallied enough, and back to Greenfields we go.
But Tiernan doesn't even
Grumpfel-
wait a second. He starts trying to.
Fishing Grumpfel is game of patience. You need to wait. You need to hunt and prepare and be patient. Once you do this, the fish come to you.
I am familiar with the theory of fishing. I'm just not comfortable on the water with the rain and a thunderstorm overhead.
Miera's slapping the water again with the reed.
So
What is-
Where's your fishing rod, Delgrim?
I have reeds. I have one rod with string. I have no bait. I use reed as spear.
So Miera, just as a quick side note, with you being, even though you are actually remarkably tall for a halfling, this is still a much larger boat, and you do have to sort of, like the rest of you will possibly be slightly uncomfortable with how much she's having to lean over the side to slap the water. Delgrim, what is this fishing exercise that you're attempting to embark upon?
I've sharpened the tip of a couple of these reeds. And,
Yeah, okay.
And if I see any movement that I think might be fish-like or food-like under the water, I'm throwing the reed.
Okay. All right.
And also, did I clock anything with that 19?
No, even with the
Yeah.
19 again, like with Rowan, like you can see it's very deep out here, but with the rain and everything like that, you don't see any sort of movement or anything of that nature.
Yeah. Well,
So-
if there's nothing to throw, then I'll just tie some kind of ration bits to the end of the bit of rope I've stripped off a string and just kind of chuck it out the side.
Okay. All right. How long are you guys willing to sit out on the lake while Delgrim tries to fish?
Honestly,
No, yeah, like
I'm fine.
Grumpfel's ready to go back to Greenfield, but if the party wants to stay, he will
Rowan
stay
is
with.
fully ready to go back. However, Rowan is sitting observing Delgrim trying to fish right now because it's way too funny to not just sit there and be like, Rowan, based on her knowledge of these kinds of lakes in this area, would she think there were actually fish in this lake?
Look, because of the roll that you made the last time, like you're actually familiar that the lake's actually like it's quite good for fishing.
Okay.
You know, your people from Riverview have sometimes come here to fish. It's pretty
Yeah,
good.
great. So she's just chilling out, being like,
it's like
just gonna see if he's successful. Like, if you guys wanted to leave, she's not in a like, I'm determined to stay. It's more of a, this is stupid.
what time of day is it?
It's also lunchtime, right?
Yeah, this is
Like,
still that's still
2
around
a.m. in the
lunchtime.
morning.
she's just sitting there being like, this is not when we fish, but okay. Idiot.
So now is the time that I do pull out the entire little fishing mini game.
Yes.
No, I'm kidding. There isn't one.
Oh,
Oh.
Because this was entirely unexpected. So Delgrim,
Your fault for putting the boat there.
You put a boat there, dude.
Look, so Delgrim, I would like you to please make a survival check because hunting is all part of this.
I will.
Miera, whilst he is trying to do this, are you still continuously slapping the water with your reed?
Yeah.
Okay.
Productive.
Delgrim.
It is
Sorry,
16.
is
So go Heath.
sorry. Up the back. Miera is up the front or in the center next to Tiernan?
in the back, I think.
Okay. And did I said it was up the back, even though we were round the other way?
Yeah.
Okay. If we're like, I'm just gonna, in case fall in, grab friend.
Okay, no, fair call. So you spend the next, let's say, half an hour.
That's as far as Tiernan will patience is going to last.
Grumpfel nervously watching sort of Miera as she's half sort of hanging off the side, slapping the water. Something anyway, and Delgrim, what was it? A 16?
Yes.
I need a dice.
I can roll for you. What dice are we after?
No, it's all good. I just need to see how many monsters come out of the lake.
How many fish?
Wait, what?
It's falling off.
Interesting. So I don't want to spend the entire session doing this. Delgrim, you actually managed to catch a fish. Despite Miera's best efforts in the back, slapping the water and stuff. A combination of the rain, which actually often does help with fishing, I believe. I think it tends to actually encourage fishing. I can't remember. I could be wrong.
Yeah, it does.
Wrong in the chat. Tell me. But you do manage to catch a very, very, it's an edible sized trout.
Excellent.
You guys watch as Delgrim sort of battles with this fish and manages to land it.
And we'll scoop it with the hat.
Yeah,
as
absolutely.
As a net.
The hat of many uses, that should be mentioned on him.
Oh, the moment he gets the fish, Tiernan just starts rolling to shore. All patience gone at this point.
So you guys,
Miera, this was wonderful idea. We have fish. I present this. I present this to bakers for their pie. We can have more fish pie. This is very exciting.
So exciting. Yes, we got a fish.
Well done, Delgrim. I'm happy to admit that I was wrong and you have caught a rather lovely fish.
and with that, you're all level 3. No.
Yes.
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 So you guys get back to the shore, and amongst a bunch of sort of fumbling and probably people getting, I mean, you guys are already soaked, so even if someone did fall in, it wouldn't make much difference. You guys managed to all eventually sort of get the boat back up onto the shore, clamber back out. Delgrim's heroically, carrying his mighty fish with him, and I'm assuming head back to town at this point in time.
For Rowan, yeah, I think she's done. She was having stupid time watching him fish.
Yeah. So you guys, whereabouts in town are you going to head to? Just back
in the inn.
Back to the inn?
Probably to the Skittles bar, I reckon.
To the Skittles.
Oh no, how sad.
Hit it.
So I'm going to try one of the brown ones, because brown can't be bad.
There's no
yeah,
brown
Aeon
in
Craft.
Skittles.
You are now.
Yeah, there is.
Is there?
Yeah, I discovered that when I bought a packet of Skittles recently.
And
I
the
thought they
zombie
were
Oh, that's a
one, for
face.
sure.
That is a
No.
face. What is that
Oh.
face?
No, it's okay. It's
Some
fine.
kind of mental trick. It's
It's
Schrodinger's
fine. I'm
growth.
finding my inner zen to just
Oh.
channel away
It
from
is brown.
the pain and hate. No, that one was fine.
Are you going to
Actually,
reveal
it
what
was-
these flavors are?
Oh, I'm not sure. All I know is that when we were doing stuff before, when you guys were figuring what you were going to do, I subconsciously reached in there to grab a Skittle, because that's what I'm used to doing when I've got snacks. And it's like, nah, hold on, this is a trap. So you guys make your way back into town, and you head back to the inn, and all head back inside, soaking wet. And you can see that that Nissa is there, and when she sees you guys all coming back inside, she's all very sort of like, "Oh, you're all very soaking wet. Can we get you some towels or something like that? We need to get you warm. You'll get cold. Do you need a hot drink or anything of that nature?"
Is there a fireplace?
There is a fireplace. Yep, absolutely.
Yeah,
and
Tiernan pretty
it's
much
been-
makes a beeline for that.
It is, the fire is quite low because again it's not cold really. It's not because it's the middle of summer. It's not super hot, but still, you are soaking wet. So anyone who wants sort of anything like towels or anything like that to dry off, they would be rapidly provided to you.
Rowan would
This
be
is the
like,
best.
before she comes in, she's going to try and wring out as much of her clothes by the door as possible so that she's not traipsing
That's a good point.
pints
Yeah.
and pints of water across the entire inn.
Yeah, look, and by the time you sort of finish doing that, there is quite a large sort of halfling-sized puddle sort of off to the side of the door.
Do we
No.
have towels?
Yeah, Grumpfel do the same.
If we have towels, Miera's going to stand, when she's dried herself off a bit, she's going to stand on her feet and kind of shuffle around in the puddle just to dry it up a little bit.
Nice.
Just to be helpful.
And this is like,
Del-
oh no, dear, you
Delgrim
don't
will-
need to do that.
Yeah. Delgrim's totally stripping off to the waist.
And as you're
making
peeling
his
stuff
first
off,
towels.
Nissa is like, oh no, sorry, Delgrim, was it you? Maybe in your room would be more appropriate for you to be taking off all your clothes.
I not want to track water upstairs.
I'm
Sorry, I thought this
fine.
more-
With you tracking water up all over the stairs, we can clean that up. I think that maybe some people would maybe appreciate, a little bit of modesty or something.
I will. This is fine, and Delgrim will start putting clothes back on. But because they're wet
Well-
and damp, it's much more difficult.
And she's like,
to
well,
get
no,
these
you've taken
clothes
it off.
back
She's
on.
like, just.
and he kind of gets stuck a little bit, like in an arm, like
Oh,
in a
she
situation.
comes over. She sort of
Like,
comes
oh.
over and she's like, "No, look, just let me help you with." And you
Can
watch
you-
as this very, very tall furbolg is trying to help this very short dwarf.
Can we stand around
I-
just hold our towels up? Cover it up.
So
Oh,
Rowan has
So-
gone to the bar to make herself a very stiff drink at this point. She's just
yeah.
This is not.
Look at this stage. The other furbolg, Dwart's come out, and he's sort of, as you come up, he's like, what can I get you? Do you want something warm? Do you want something? He sort of almost. You can see him sort of gauge your expression, and he's like, "Do you want something warm, or do you want something strong, or I can do both?
Both is good.
Both
Both
is
is
good.
good.
Excellent.
Both is good.
All right.
Hey.
Mhm.
An idea. Just a flourish for the narrative.
Mhm.
If I get everyone to huddle together,
Yep.
how would Grumpfel using create or destroy water to remove the water from everyone's clothing? Or is that not quite how that works?
Raisins.
No, from clothing, not from everyone. All of a sudden, we're just with the husks.
That's a completely different level of D&D debate. That one. Look, I think you could.
If that's not how it works, and you'd rather make the narrative, I just throwing the thought out.
No, look, narratively, you could probably it would not be super effective, but it would certainly help the situation. Especially like with the puddles of water that are left lying around on the floor from you guys, it will probably, help sort of, clean up some of that. Yeah, that's fine. That's cool. That's an interesting little narrative twist.
Yeah, just a thought.
Yeah, absolutely. So you
it says 10 gallons of water. That's why I'm like,
yeah,
that's a big puddle.
that's a lot of Mieras.
That's a Tiernan size puddle. Yeah.
That's a Tiernan. So
10 gallons is what, like 35 liters or something, isn't it?
Yeah, but I remember that spell. There's been a lot of debate. I think it's got to do with a container of water.
Yeah. Or like a pity the lake was so big. If we fell in just like that,
10 gallons is about 45 liters, just for those playing along.
So
just a thought.
Narratively, I'm totally cool with that sort of stuff. It's when people like, can I just create and destroy water to destroy all the water in someone's body and kill them?
No. Even to me, that's not the scope of the spell.
No.
Whereas I thought if everyone's soaked to the bone, using it to remove the water from clothing, to dry everyone off.
That's where you need a little bit of prestidigitation or something like that. Yeah. But no, look, between a little bit of magic, all the towels and stuff like that, you guys finally get yourselves all dried off. And you can hear outside now that the rain is starting to ease off. Now, is there anything you guys sort of want to do over the next sort of until you're waiting to sort of go and see Wex and see what the outcomes are there, or?
How long did he say he'd need?
He said that he just needed to wait basically until the storm passed so that he wasn't, out. He's an older gentleman. Needs a walking stick and stuff. Doesn't want to be out in the rain. So he's just wanting to wait until after the storm.
Was there anyone else who would know about Athalas?
I don't know. You need to ask around.
Delgrim would like to take the fish to the bakers.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Fish pie.
He's all about the fish pie. All right. Okay, so Delgrim's going to head off and do that. What's everyone else going to do, sort of in the time that you're waiting to sort of hear back from Wex?
Tiernan's going to go. You go first.
No, you go. No,
Rowan wants to talk to Miera about her friend. Just find out more about her friend. But it doesn't have to be a big, long, drawn-out scene. That's what she wants, is to know about her friend.
Actually, Grumpfel will go with Delgrim if Delgrim doesn't mind. May I join you?
So are we going to take a seat like near the fire or just chilling?
She's got her big, like, very alcoholic drink of whatever has been created, warmed alcoholic drink from the bar. So
I envisage like a little bit of Irish coffee kind of going on. Yeah.
I'll just have a hot chocolate.
Yeah.
Tiernan will go back to his room and tinker for a little bit.
Okay, cool. No, awesome. So Delgrim and Grumpfel head off to the bakers. Again, for brevity's sake, like you deliver the fish. The bakers, Sue and Walter, are very appreciative of it. More than happy to either make a fish pie made from your specific fish, or alternatively are happy to trade the fish for a free fish pie. Freshly baked.
Delgrim would love I would like for breakfast fish pie.
Fish pie. So, well, I mean, you could always, Wold, you can hear Sue out the background yelling at the three kids, the three little balls of chaos. And Wold's you can sort of see the frustration in his face. He's like, yeah, look, I can have a fish pie, like fresh, hot fish pie first thing in the morning.
This would make Delgrim very happy.
Look, would love to make you very happy, Delgrim. That's fine. It's good fish.
We are staying in the inn. You can bring fish pie to inn in the morning.
Make a persuasion check.
Oh,
Not sure the bakery really kind of does the delivery thing, but let's see how convincing Delgrim can be.
it's so helpful. 10. It's a 10.
10. He kind of looks at you a little bit and kind of, well, we don't normally do that, but considering what you and your friends are trying to do for our little village, sure. I'll maybe I'll get one of the kids to bring it around. Be good job for them. They need to be starting to pull their weight. Turns around and says like, Brian, shut up. Okay, so going.
My friend Grumpfel has fallen into giggle fit. I know not why.
So
He's very excited.
Going back to the inn where Rowan and Miera have parked in front of the fire. And feel free to play this as much as you want, or I'll paraphrase it as you deem appropriate.
Tell me about your friend.
Well, we grew up together, and yeah, super close. We used to sort of get around Sparkletown and maybe cause a few problems, play a few pranks, all of that sort of stuff. And just one day, just randomly, like, went to go and check our spot, and yeah, Bex was just gone, and I couldn't find her anywhere. And I spoke to her parents, and no one seemed to know where she'd gone. And yeah, what I found really strange was when I went to where we usually sort of hung out in the woods. I found her little carved hummingbird statue that she'd made, and it was really important to her. And she holds it up. She's still got it with her. And yeah, I figured, well, someone's got to look for her, and she's my best friend. So that's why I left town.
She never said anything about wanting to see the world or
No.
anything she wanted to go and do?
No, I thought she was, happy where she was. But I don't know why she would want to leave, and certainly not leave without me or without saying something. It's weird.
It's very
And
strange.
then to hear that she's gone to see this Athelas person, like, I don't get it.
Had you ever
I don't
heard of him
know.
before?
No. I've never really left Sparkletown before. Neither's Bex, really. It's just weird. And I don't know why she would be out this way. But it doesn't seem like she's here.
What was the last information you had about where she might have been? Because, like, this is her kind of going into the mode of, like, how do we solve your problem?
Detective Rowan.
I think the last I heard was when Nessa said that she'd been seen heading out towards Athelas's house.
But we didn't see anything about her out then, which is weird. Except for, and she pulls, like, the note out, which is sopping wet now. Because it was in her pocket. Yeah, no, I know.
Dry it out.
And she's going to do that thing you have to do with very damp paper, where you very carefully, like, peel it apart. And she's going to try and lay it, like, near the fire for it to warm up, but not, like, next to the fire, so it can dry out so she can sort of see. She also wants to kind of have a look to see if anything changes about the paper. It's the kind of thing she's read in books of, like, cool secret messages. And
So you position it, as you described. You sit there and you watch it as it slowly sort of dries. You hold it up. There's no like sort of hidden writing, sort of semi-translucent through the dampness of the paper or anything like that.
Oh.
You can see some of the ink is smudged now. Of course, some of the imagery gone a bit funky.
And she's just going to sort of try and flag Nissa down and say, Do you know anything about this symbol? Does it mean anything in town? I'm not from here, so I don't really know.
She crouches down beside you and she has a quick look at the piece of paper and she goes, oh, yeah, it's a bit hard to tell. It's very wet, but I mean, it looks like it's some sort of sun or the other one sort of is like a bit of a sunset or something. Where did you see that from?
It was out at Athalas's house. He wasn't there. And we found it. We were just wondering if maybe people knew if that was where he went or something. She says it in that sort of very matter-of-fact, like, yeah, this is just what we did.
Oh, okay. She says, well, I mean, it certainly doesn't mean anything to me. Was there any sign of Athalas out there?
Nothing.
Vehement head shake.
Okay. I mean, I know she has a bit of a ponder. And she sort of pulls up a chair to sort of sit down beside the two. There's no one else at the inn at this point in time. And sort of sits down with a little sigh beside the two of you and goes, gosh, it's all a bit of a mystery, but I mean, I know Athalas used to sometimes go to, like, he'd sometimes go to Harrow. I mean, he commented a couple of times about going there to get stuff, which I didn't understand. I just thought it was probably like wizardy things. But he always seemed to go, if he was going to go anywhere, it would be to Harrow. But apart from that, I mean, I don't know. Maybe he's just on a particularly long trip there. I mean, he's normally not away for that long, but yeah. And these pictures, and she's like, what is? She sort of notices the words down the bottom. She goes, what does that mean?
As you say, he's a wizard. It could mean anything.
He was a bit. I mean, he was very quiet, maybe a bit strange, but I mean, I do hope he's okay. I mean, he was quite helpful.
Sure, he's fine, she says, blatantly lying, and Miera would know she's lying. She spent absolutely any time with Rowan at all. Nissa, questionable, but like...
Nissa gives you a long look, and she's like, I like your optimism. I hope that he's okay too.
She just sort of smirks and takes another big sip of beverage.
She looks at Miera and says, Miera, was there any signs of your friend out there that you were talking about?
No, nothing. Did anyone see her coming back from Athalas's house? Like, everyone said that she was heading that way, but did anyone see her coming back?
Oh, I mean, I didn't. I haven't heard anybody talking about it, but I mean, we get enough people through the town that, you know, we don't often sort of talk about the comings and goings of where people are. So, I mean, someone might have noticed at some point in time, but I certainly haven't seen anything, sorry.
Did she take a room while she was here?
She stayed here for one night because she got here quite late. And we had a bit of a chat. She seemed lovely, just like you. But then the next morning she packed up fairly early and she headed off, and that was the last that I saw of her. And then after that was pretty much the last anybody had seen of Athalas as well. I mean, and she sort of pondered, because, I mean, to be fair, Harrow is probably about a week away's travel. So, I mean, look, I mean, they could just be on a really long trip away, but I don't know, there's still something in between how he was acting but for a while beforehand and everything. It's all just a bit strange.
How was he acting? Did we cover that before?
Yeah, she commented that leading up to him vanishing, he had become more reclusive and a little bit blunt and almost not
Don't be
mean.
suspicious. Don't be suspicious. Yeah.
But then sort of about a week before he vanished, he sort of went back to his normal self, and Nissa had commented that, you know, even when she'd asked him, he apologized about his behavior and said that, you know, he'd just been having having a bad time, he'd some things on his mind and stuff like that. But he was fine now. And then,
got a case of the Delgrims.
Got a case of the Delgrims. Yeah. Yeah. Wow. Case of the Delgrims. So Nissa sort of pulls herself back up and says, look, I hope you find your friend. And if you do find Athalas, make sure you pass on our wishes, because I'm sure everyone here hopes that he's okay too.
Of course, we will.
And with that, she potters off to do her thing. So with that, again, is there anything that anyone wants to do in particular, or do you guys just sort of want to wait until you hear back from Wex?
Rowan's pretty happy to wait and sit and chill.
I'm just going to finish my hot chocolate and wave my reed around a bit, drying it off.
Okay, cool, excellent.
Yeah.
Tiernan will
Sorry,
come back downstairs once he's finished.
Mhm.
But I'll wait till other people finish their stuff.
Yep.
Yeah, I'll
Grumpfel?
put the reeds over by the fire just to dry out a little bit.
Yep.
And I may go over to not Nessa, who's the
Dwight.
Dwight.
Yep.
And I'm going to see what spirits he has.
What spirits does Dwight have?
Why are we doing the limbo all of a sudden?
Is that a dig at Grumpfel being like a
Short?
short gnome?
Oh my
no,
god!
I feel like there's
I
the
can't.
fact that you
Wow.
jumped straight there just
I cannot
makes me,
believe you.
Um,
Inconsiderate and cruel.
You know, Delgrim, when you think you know a person,
the only thing he's got is a single bottle of whiskey, which he used to spice up Rowan's drink. But he tells you that beyond that, really, they don't actually stock a whole lot of alcoholic beverages here. They've got some ale, but mainly it's just sort of like it's water, milk, really sort of simplistic things they serve here.
Yeah.
Not a big drinking community.
well, Grumpfel will serve a small pour of the whiskey, if you may.
Yeah, that'll be 2 silver pieces, and he gives you sort of like a small sort of shot size glass of it.
Yeah, that's right.
He apologized. He said it's not the best quality. We don't normally have this sort of stuff here. This is something that actually brewed myself.
I'm
So-
sure Grumpfel has 2 silver coins somewhere.
Awesome. And with that, he produces the glass, and you have a small whiskey to sup on. Now, Tiernan, did you have something?
While this was all going on, he would have been up in his room finishing Blinky, finishing the repairs on Blinky. And the moment he's finished, he will be, okay, this is all good. And he'll come back downstairs.
Cool.
As he comes back downstairs, you guys all notice the chrome ball, which was actually sitting on his shoulder, is now very much moving. It's like if everyone's seen Harry Potter, of course, the Golden Snitch. Imagine something much larger. Very much looks like that, except on the front, its front carapace is opened up, and you've realised that it was actually a pair of lids, as in eyelids, and in the centre is this giant blue mechanical eye, and it swivels around and looks everywhere as Tiernan walks down the stairs.
Does Blinky make any kind of noise at all?
Mainly mechanical, nothing too much, just movements and occasionally a mechanical beep or squeak.
Soft
Nothing.
whirring or something.
Yeah.
Just
Sounds like a bumblebee.
every now and then it makes the Windows starting noise.
No, ding, ding.
Yeah.
No one pick up the phone.
It's more like when he blinks, it's all very
Oh,
mechanical
Blinky
blink.
lives.
Hear the metal sort of grinding.
Yeah.
Yeah, awesome. That's really cool.
And that
Tiernan,
kid
this
is
is ball friend.
Yes,
ball,
this is
ball friend.
well, he's more like a bit of a bat, really. And Blinky demonstrates by flicking out these mechanical wings that come out on both sides. It's just very. It's like these wings are made up of very small pieces of metal, stretched out together to catch the air. He flaps them a couple of times and retracts them back in, and it's all on the surface of the actual ball itself.
Does taste like bat also?
No, not edible, Delgrim.
It
And
looks like
Delgrim
he's
will
made from
move
some
away
sort of metal.
slightly.
But what you guys do notice, each time one of you guys talks, Blinky will focus its attention on you. Not in a mean manner or anything, just as an observant.
Now I've got this image of like Predator with the three dots.
Rowan's
Jaman!
try and boop it. Just like she hasn't said anything, but she's just trying to boop Blinky. She can't reach because she's on your shoulder. Oh, want to boop it.
Enna will be sitting down by this point and would have asked for a
100%
drink of
gonna
some
boop
kind. Yeah, you by all means, Tiernan will let you.
Boop.
And you boop it and it does its little whirling beep noise and flashes its eyelids at you. And it actually can rotate in its perch. So it does like little... You get the impression that it likes to be engaged with. Almost like a happy puppy.
Yeah.
Roll.
Posture check, everybody.
Rowan, roll for boop.
Roll for boop. What am I rolling for boop? I will roll for boop. What am I rolling for boop?
D20 and add your dexterity modifier to it, maybe?
Roll for boop.
We like to.
That is an 18 for boop.
18.
Someone snip that, by the way.
You absolutely well and truly boop this. It is a beautiful thing. Outstanding.
Boop. Good.
So, with that, you guys sort of spend the next few hours sort of sitting around, engaging in idle conversation, having a few more drinks, booping Blinky, all of those sorts of assorted activities. Outside, the rain has eased off, and just as dusk is falling, Wex comes through the front door of the inn. There's a few more people in here at this stage, a few of the townsfolk who come in for sort of end of day drinks and the like. And everyone who sort of comes in gives all of you guys a nod and a warm smile and a welcome. You're fairly well known around here at this point in time, considering what you've offered to do and the like. Weeks comes in, takes off a long cloak and sort of gives it a bit of a shake to get the worst, sort of some of the dampness off it, and sees you guys and makes his way over. Again, you can see, you've always observed he's had quite a limp. You notice that limp is quite pronounced at the moment. And he comes over and without saying anything, sort of eases himself down into one of the chairs beside where all of you guys are sitting. With a bit of a sigh. I've had a chance to have a talk to a few people now. You sort of make sure that you're all around. Says, are you happy to have these conversations out here in public, or would you prefer this to be more of a private conversation?
Don't know how it can be a private conversation given we just copped a raid from Liquor Witch.
Raid.
Liquor Witch. Thank you so much. Hey, this is Radiant Shadows. We are a D&D actual play live stream event thing that we do every fortnight on Saturday. I can watch Sarah in the background laughing at me because I'm not very good at these aspects of it. We play every second Saturday.
We play every second Saturday at 7 o'clock Australian Eastern Standard Time, right here on Twitch.tv/Dragons, with the VODs available over on the Meeples and Dragons YouTube channel. I'll do it for you, Ham. It's fine. I got this.
I was just going to say, Ham was really throwing his voice well there.
We have a bingo card that you can play along at home with and have a chance to win Hamish's car.
Yeah.
And won't allow me to actually put the link in for. We're doing pretty good. I'm like halfway there.
Yeah.
I would also like to point out that any of you who decide to subscribe to our monthly stream will force me to partake in a Skittle. Now, these are not just normal Skittles. These are zombie Skittles.
These are not exactly taste the rainbow.
No, these are in fact, I've even worn my
these are not the Skittles that you're looking for.
No, these are not the Skittles you're looking for, but this is how dedicated I am to this stream. I'm willing to eat one of the worst things you
Zombies.
can imagine.
Zombie
Yeah,
Skittles.
Yay!
Skittles
Nice,
damage.
Aircraft.
Aircraft, yeah.
Yeah.
Hit it.
Thanks, Alan.
High five to Aeoncraft.
Shout out to Aeoncraft, who makes
Oh,
Bloody-
Anthem. That's
bloody
two.
awesome dice.
That's-
Fucking shit. balls.
Attack those Skittles. Oh,
Oh,
he's chewing.
whammy,
That's all.
whammy,
Oh, look
no
at that
whammy,
face.
no whammy,
That
no
face.
whammy,
It's a
no
Oh, we
face.
got a
It's
judge.
one of the zombie ones.
whammy.
What was it, Ham?
It was delicious.
Swallow.
Look, the orange, it seems to be the orange ones. So this is how dedicated I am.
Oh, yeah.
no.
Orange.
Oh, and there's another one. Like a witch. Thank you.
2. Look,
Double orange.
Oh my
don't
god.
don't say I don't love
Sorry,
you
not
guys.
sorry.
Can I unfollow then follow? It's about subs, Odd One Man. It's subs. But
Oh god, they're both terrible.
Yeah.
Oh,
Double whammy
big-
in your
big-
face.
big shout out to Liquor Witch.
Good.
Taste the painbow.
Oh,
I love it.
without.
hey!
Hey.
So whilst I
It's
just
a
quickly
third.
swallow
Mm.
what does apparently taste like ass.
See, my question would be,
Magic.
how do
Won't be
you
the
know
last
Ham? But I
time.
do not want to derail this
Mm,
any
mm, mm,
further.
mm, mm.
Derail it.
The other question is, do you really just want to know the honest answer? Anyway, I digress. So, it's stuck in my teeth as well.
Smooth.
Yes, even better.
That eggy goodness.
Oh.
Mm.
Ah!
Oh shit!
Oh.
Shout out to Saz in the background.
Shout out to
Oh.
Saz
Like,
for all the
no
wonderful
lag.
work she does.
For all the wonderful work, and also for putting Ham through a whole bunch of pain now.
Oh,
Oh,
maybe
man.
we should call a break. Let Ham bring himself up, ready to
no.
have these, and we can get into it straight after the break.
They're
Choo
right.
choo hype train.
Do it now.
Choo choo hype train.
Oh, do it now.
Do it now.
Oh, do
Do it now.
All five at the same time. Here he goes.
Oh.
Whole fucking handful.
Oh god.
That's a lie. Your
I like-
whole
I like
has
all the
hand-
green- I like all the
has
green
holes
one.
in it.
Half of your
I
hand
can
is
The green
see.
screen doesn't like the green
There's
one.
holes through which they're dropping. It's a trick.
Thank you, Aircraft, for another one. That's 6.
At home, we call this a hamful.
Oh,
Oh,
Yeah.
Oh, puntastic.
man.
Magic.
I'm just bring the pain.
so how many is that all in your hands now?
Oh my
Talera,
gosh.
bucket on standby, please.
I'm just kidding. I'm gifting that directly
Hey,
to a
oh
friend.
my god.
Guys, if
Descriptions.
we get a
So
couple
cruel.
more, we end up,
Descriptions.
on
Work
a
with
hype
us.
train right now, so.
Descriptions, commentary, work with us. Keep chewing.
So
Hype,
there
hype, hype.
there was about 20 in there.
Oh, you just went the full
Yeah.
handful.
Oh.
You tasted the pain bone.
No, I feel like, but surely the flavors would cancel each other out. I
No.
feel like the one at a time
No.
thing. No? No?
No.
Okay, I'm so glad I've never had them.
The taste is really pervasive.
Oh.
I think I like
Noted.
durian fruit or something.
Oh,
I read.
no. Oh, no.
Durian fruit.
Kind of think like egg, skunk.
It's interesting because I'm pretty sure I didn't get any terrible ones through all of
Quote the
that.
chat.
No.
What did we learn today? That's right, kids. Don't go chat when ass tasting Skittles are
Another
on the line.
packet.
Right. Valuable
Yeah, that's-
lessons to
Ooh.
learn.
Can we turn that into a t-shirt?
Yes, I
What
can.
did, what did we learn today? I think that
So-
needs to be in the bingo
God.
card. What did we
Can
learn
I-
today?
What did we learn today? Don't give us a boat.
So Kate, this is for your sub as well.
Oh, yeah.
Aw. And that's the one. Immediately.
That is a face of concern.
No, because I thought it was going to be bad, but I don't think it is. Or maybe my taste buds have just revolted.
What amazes me is your face is generally well composed. If it was
Yeah.
me, I'd probably go, "Whoa!"
What?
It's from all the years of being a school teacher where you have to sometimes deal with pain and not show any emotion, or work with software developers. What the fuck is just Emily? Just what on?
Oh, she's
What?
doing bits.
That's some
She's doing
biddies.
bits. Lots of biddies. To push the hype train.
Awesome. Do we want to
Legend.
actually maybe take a break? Yeah, it feels like it's sort
It's
of a
entirely up to your taste.
it's a natural. I think it feels like a bit of a natural pause.
Oh my
Yeah.
god.
And then when we come back, Wex can tell you what he's found out, and we can work out what we're doing next.
Oh my gosh.
After spending
you
the
a chance
first
to get more
first half of the
Skittles.
session
Biddies.
going for a boat ride.
Yes,
Okay.
thanks, Delgrim.
You gave us a boat.
Oh fucking!
What
I
did you
know.
expect?
I just
Of course, we were going to get in the boat.
Bits
I'll-
for Skittles. That
I'll
sounds
learn
like
my
that should be a
lesson one of
shirt.
these days. And by the way, Sarah, I hate you.
Ooh.
Hey chat.
That was
You've got a
perfect.
minute and a half to save the hype train, and if you save the hype train, Ham has to eat more terrible tasting Skittles before the break. So we've got like
Agreed.
a minute to go. Can we make
Agreed.
him eat more Skittles?
I've got
a
another whole bag
packet.
of
Yeah.
We
Oh,
were on a
dear,
boat,
dear.
Ellen. We
You
were
know
on a
you
boat.
want to.
We're now sopping wet in a tavern.
Do it,
Yeah,
Saz.
mostly wet.
I almost feel like we all need a bag of these for next stream, which will be around Halloween, and natural ones get
I
punished.
think that sounds like a wonderful idea, Heath. I think everybody.
I suggest, because Ham, you have been an absolute
God.
legend with these.
I would
and
second that.
think,
I'd second
I
that.
reckon-
I'm game.
I reckon
Okay.
like natural ones, and just for fun, not just the person that rolled a one. Everyone has
Oh,
one.
I like that.
Ooh,
I do
that's-
like that. Everyone has to suffer. Well, you're a party. It's pain.
Yeah.
Pain bonds you together. So with that, on the subject of pain, let's have a 10-minute break, 5-10-minute break. And we'll come back. We'll find out what Wex has, whether or not he's managed to convince the town folk to help out with the party, and then if he has, what our little group is going to do next.
At 20s, get to designate a Skittle is the suggestion in chat.
Oh,
Maybe
Nice.
Nat
Nice,
20 said
Ellen.
you get you get to eat a normal Skittle or something.
All right,
Yeah.
let's punch out. Thank you very much
All
for
right.
everyone who's still
Punch out,
hanging around.
Yes.
We'll
And
see you in
stretch.
5-10 minutes.
Stretch.
Nice.
Be back in
Have fun.
10.
Yep.
The
And when we come
worst
back, we're
drinking
giving away
game,
a
but
car.
also the best.
No, we're not giving away a car.
Yeah,
we're
yeah.
giving away 2 cars.
2 cars.
Ham's
No
not
cars.
designating that they're his.
Oh no,
cars.
shit! I know. We're giving away a boat. Oh,
There's
wow.
a fish in it.
Mm.
Poor fish.
Because there's a druid. Oh,
Yeah.
that's
It was
adorable. I love
horrific.
it.
I mean, the ad was great, but I mean, she drank.
He drank the
For the-
goldfish.
It tasted a little
Well,
fishy. Probably
it
like one
was-
of your Skittles, eh, Ham?
But what,
Or Delgrim's hat, for that matter,
Yes.
if one was to drink from it right now.
I'm just more wondering, was the
It's not a-
goldfish a shape
not a-
change druid?
It's not a shoey, it's a hattie. Wait, what?
The hattie. Oh.
Anyway.
Oh.
Oh,
I'm not doing Hatties on stream.
okay. So
In
how many subs to do that?
500?
In blank subs? Wait, what?
500 subs.
All right. What are we missing in terms of sub count so far?
We've
What
got a
are we-
350. I think that's the
We've
What
got
the hell's a
350.
like a shoey, but with a
made out
hat.
of a hat.
Oh, okay.
I have multiple hats. It can be done.
If you do one, does Heath have to do one out of his hat?
What are we at the moment?
Sub count wise?
wise.
50.
50.
Okay. All right. Well, do we have anything for 100?
That's why the minge marshes exist.
Yeah. We need to try and nudge it up somehow.
Oh,
How
look,
many?
for a Hattie? It's nothing that special. I'll do it at 75. Done.
Oh,
All
there you
right.
go,
Maybe-
chat. 25
maybe
more
not
subs
tonight.
And it's bonus points. If you get us to 75 tonight, I have to eat terrible Skittles.
Yeah.
And Promethean
Yeah.
does a heady. So look,
Winner, chicken dinner.
chat, really, this is like a 2-for-1 here.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Oh, no.
back to the
Probably
story.
no. That's
Back
got
to
holes
the
in it.
story.
Back to the story. Yeah.
This might work.
No.
Sorry,
You've got to
it's
use
work.
the big. You've got to use the big.
It's got holes in it.
It's
No, I know. Which is why it's even more of a. I'm.
That's like a soup bowl more than a.
Anyway,
Right.
what? Were we
Anyway,
going?
so
Oh,
yeah,
we do.
so we actually we play Dungeons and Dragons here, and we don't just talk about
Sometimes.
shit. Sometimes. So, so Wex sits down with you all and lets you know that he's had an opportunity to talk to some of the local villagers, and he's convinced about sort of a half dozen of them who own some of the outlying farms that they are more than happy to supply these beasts as per the request, and that they will, as long as they get some help from some of the other people, take them out to the location of where these creatures are on the full moon and provide them.
That was easy.
Yeah, I mean, look, Wex says, look, we're a small village. It's one of those situations where ultimately we have to do what's best for the village. What is best for the village?
Nice, Emily.
Just work through it, man. Just work through it. You can do it.
Oh God, this is
You
the
got this.
best Skittle I've ever eaten in my life. Oh my God.
Roll for persuasion.
Oh, this is just
Deception check. Deception check from the DM.
roll the natural one. On brand. So Wex says, look, he says, the village wants to make sure that they don't get hassled by these creatures, and what you're trying to do is worthwhile. Two beasts ultimately is not going to have a huge impact on sort of the stock for the town or anything like that, so we should be fine. They're good people here. We work together as a community. So he says, do these creatures need a some sort of signed contract or something, or do I need to give you any sort of proof or evidence or anything, or?
I mean, maybe writing it down and we could just take it up so that none of you have to be up near the big cat thing. Like, she's reminiscing over the sound and the feel of it, of him being over her shoulder and just brain melting slowly into puddle.
And
as she talks.
Wex is like, look, I'm more than happy to write something down on a piece of paper. He sort of turns around and says, Dwight, have you got some paper, a quill or something?
I'm not sure that will be enough for a deal for us to ask.
What about a
I had
spokesperson or
had
something
to give
represented
blood.
from the village?
Delgrim holds up his hand. Was it hand or wrist?
Hand.
It was hand. Yeah,
Palm,
Delgrim
yeah.
holds up his hand with the still kind of reddish scar of the blood he had to give, and just points out, I had to give blood to seal deal. For deal with town.
What about a representative
may-
of the village?
So sort of Weeks looks sort of between the two of you and then sort of turns back to Tiernan quickly, says, so you've been so Tiernan, you're suggesting maybe someone goes with you, or Delgrim, do you mean that there's like another blood agreement here or something? Is this what you're saying? Or
Not here, maybe with creature. Maybe with laryngitis. What was the creature name?
laryngitis?
Larry. It was
Larry.
Larry. But maybe instead of a person going, we could take like a beast as like a down payment. Maybe that's enough. We've already got a deal in place.
That seems like a good idea.
Wex says, I mean, we could probably get you. I mean, what would you like to take? We can probably get you like one of the. I'm not sure what would be easiest for you to take out there. A cow, a pig,
Your ugliest chicken.
about ugliest chicken. That's interesting. I hadn't really thought of a chicken in this situation, but I mean,
we're
Is the chicken ugly?
small, so we can't exactly
Missing
carry something
feathers.
big like a sheep or and it could just wander off because it doesn't trust us. So a chicken's at least like portable, I suppose. And no, Ellen, ugliest chicken is not on the bingo card.
Not
but
yet.
it will be next time.
Oh no.
We might also need to
Ah.
know where beasts are to be taken, so we know where to direct creatures for ongoing provision of beasts.
I mean, this makes sense. I mean, I just assumed that probably wherever you'd met these creatures before, but look, I mean, I can certainly get you a chicken. I'm not sure if I can find you the ugliest chicken because
Maybe one that was like a troublemaker,
Because everyone's perspective on what ugly is different because beauty is subjective. She says with this like massive like, maybe.
and
Chicken.
Wex just kind of gives Rowan this look, and he's like, "Yes, sure, yes. I mean, chickens are I'm going to go and find you a chicken. I can probably get like a small cage or something like that we can put it in. You can carry that up there. And were you still wanting someone from the town to go with you as well, maybe, or?"
The idea of this makes Rowan look very nervous all of a sudden of someone going up with the group. She's happy to be like, I'm Kate the player is happy for you to run steamroll straight over, but
No,
Rowan
I
looks
actually
nervous
like
as
the. I like Tiernan nods and said, no. I think the idea of a down payment would probably work well as well. Shows faith, good faith.
Yeah, if blood is required, Delgrim give more blood. It's fine. But this this possibly bad for Delgrim if you not uphold this deal. It's very important to Delgrim now that town hold up deal.
Yes, I think Delgrim is quite correct in that. I get a feeling that this creature will insist upon another blood deal.
so we killed the chicken. That's a blood deal.
Do you think that work?
I get a feeling that our Fey friend would want the chicken alive.
Wex looks at you, Delgrim, and just says, I can give you my word that the folk here will uphold their end of the bargain. You've already offered to do this town a favor. It's the least that we can do, and ultimately it is what's best for the town. Like
Can I
said
inside
before,
check him?
Absolutely, you can. Absolutely.
I wasn't even going to try, given the result of the last inside check against fucking.
Yeah.
What was that, 6? Yeah, I mean, you don't see
about
any
that.
sort of indication or body language, anything like that, that would suggest that he's being dishonest.
Delgrim, I think we're good.
It seemed like this seemed like a good place. I feel confident. Nothing could possibly go wrong.
It's good.
Why did you say it? Damn it.
Yeah. What could
You said the
possibly
words. Go wrong.
go wrong? So Wex says, "Okay, well, look, I'll come back in a bit with your chicken, or do you want me to bring it here in the morning? It's late afternoon. There's probably no point in leaving now. How about I come back in the morning with the chicken, and then you can all head back up into the hills and seal this deal."
Are we all absolutely sure that's all we'll need is a chicken? Everyone comfortable with just a chicken?
They said
It not,
beast.
yeah, it not full moon. It bonus chicken.
It's more of an appetizer than a main course.
They do like chicken nuggets.
They did say as much. Yeah,
A chicken in the hand is worth 2 in the yard.
there it is.
So with that, Wex goes, "All right, well, I'll return in the morning," and he bids you all farewell and heads back out. So with that, you guys, unless there's anything in particular you want to do for this evening, probably settle in, spend another night here at the inn, and then prepare to head off the following morning. Is there anything anyone wants to do beforehand, or?
Get some food.
Delgrim, Delgrim will be eagerly awaiting that fish pie in the AM.
So you'll get food in the evening. Dwight and Nissa are more than happy to feed you guys. That is not a problem. And in the morning, when you guys all get up, you're all sort of getting organised down in the main common room, getting together your bits and pieces before heading off. The door slams open, and standing there is a young boy. 2 hands on holding what appears to be a pie. And he's sort of out of breath. He's sort of looking around. He sees you, Delgrim, and you recognise that it is Brian, the son of the bakers. And he goes, "Mister, here's your pie.
It's a funny looking
over.
chicken.
It's what? He looks over at you, Tiernan, and he says, "What do you mean?
This not chicken, this fish pie. I'm very excited for fish pie. Come here, young child. Bring me pie."
Sort of between that, he's sort of slightly more hesitant. He sort of walks over and he's like, "Here you go, sir. Pie, just your fish pie. It's the one the fish dad told me to tell you that it's the fish you caught. So great, thanks." And he just sort of gives it to you and turns around and just bolts.
Wait, before you go, has anyone told you have a really annoying face? You are quite annoying to look at in general.
He grinds to a halt and he turns around. Can you make an intimidation check for me?
Oh my lord.
Did we catch his name?
Brian.
Brian. It is Brian.
It's Brian.
Yeah.
No need to catch the name, it's quite clearly
There you go.
obvious.
So
An
we
annoying
found the
little
village
shit.
spokesperson. We'll just drag
Oh,
Brian
man.
with us.
God.
Brian.
What is your roll, Brian?
On my newly acquired random encounter dice
Yeah.
packs, that was a natural 1.
Hey.
The intimidation check.
He comes to a grinding halt at the door and he turns around at you and he goes, "You've got a face that looks like poo," and then just turns off out the door.
Rowan is 100% sitting in the corner because you just pipe up with real mature, both of you. Just.
You can hear him running off down the street.
Delgrim's just demolishing this pie and kind of like hesitantly just kind of, picks up the plate and holds it to the group and, offers like there's half a pie left, maybe. Pie.
Nah, I'm good.
Want the fish pie?
Can we for next session for the bingo card, can we add
Yeah.
something which is along the lines of Delgrim rolls over 10?
Yeah.
Maybe even Delgrim rolls over 5. I don't know.
Delgrim rolls over 10.
No
Yeah.
one will ever
If you
get
are-
it.
if
Two
you have
squares,
things-
5, then 10.
Look, I
If you
think
have
that's
things chat
probably
for the bingo card, please DM them to me on Twitter or put them in the comments of the current bingo card, and
I
I'll
am-
think about them.
I'm a bit worried that might be too hard though. But I guess no.
The untouched
Delgrim.
square.
Rolls.
Waiting for Promethean
That's, that's
waiting for Promethean to start gifting subs again.
the untouched square. It's,
Vengeance sub.
Is that with or without mods?
Wait for it, buddy.
Let's look. Even with his mods, he's not getting over 10. That's with mods. For fuck's sake, I'm Promethean. I'm going to have to send you some dice, or
Yeah.
I don't know where.
I
this is
understand that
why
there
I
are
ate-
some
this is why
excellent
I ate
dice
them.
providers that might or might not.
meeplesanddragons.com.au. Go to the website, buy everything that they have, break the
Well,
website.
thanks.
Look, there's even a
Um,
nice convenient code, Radiant 15. It's sitting right there, actually, right
There is.
now.
There is. If you go
so-
to like and subscribe, if you subscribe right now, Promethean will get one step closer to drinking from his hat, and I'll have to eat shit skittle. It's- so
No one
Or-
loses.
or-
Is
or-
that one of the
Everyone
is that one of the zombie
Shit
flavors?
Skittles.
I was going to say, or are they just shittles? Okay, we are completely. You can tell. So for those of you
So,
who have never checked out this
Oh.
little stream before,
Welcome.
there is a
welcome.
certain amount of exhaustion from many in the group here due to the endeavours of the week.
oh my god.
People recovering.
Oh, yeah.
from attacks.
Been a long week.
So with that, again, for brevity's sake, Wex turns up not long after with a cage inside, which is a fairly scrawny looking chicken. And he passes it over to you guys. Wishes you all the best of luck and hopes that, with delivering the chicken, this bargain will help you find the rest of the fireworks.
Does the chicken have a name? Can we inquire? Just checking.
Wex is
Snack
just like,
size.
no, generally around here, most of the farmers don't name their chickens because they're stock, they're generally used for eating. So, no.
Okay.
But I mean, if you want to name it, that's
No.
Okay.
I'm not going to name it. It's ugly. That'll do.
Okay, excellent. So with that, he heads off. And you guys head out into the early morning. The sky is overcast. The roads are still quite wet and
Cluck
muddy.
ugly.
So I just thought that.
Thanks, Ellen.
LEB.
So out of control.
Cluck ugly.
So you guys head out into the day. It's overcast. The ground is still quite wet and muddy. But you guys head off back towards the hills.
That joke was foul.
Just all of you make death saving throws just now because fuck you all. No. Natural
16,
one.
I'm fine.
Oh, you're
Yeah.
fine.
Yes.
I'm scared
Actually,
to do it.
no, Promethean, don't roll, please, for the love of all things. I just
That one.
It's chalky time. No.
so,
Anyway,
So the trip back up the hills is it is sort of at a fast clip will take you sort of just over a day and a half. So the trip is uneventful. The nights are compared. The one night that you have to stay out there is fairly uncomfortable because again everything is very wet and sodden from all the rain. But most of the rain at the stage does seem to have passed. It's become quite humid as the temperature has risen. And from
Grumpfel
the
brings
rain-
coffee with for the mornings.
Yep.
For everyone in the group.
Outstanding. And by sort of late afternoon, you guys finally return back to where the broken wagon is and where you encountered these creatures. Chicken in tow. Again, it's still sort of a slightly overcast day, and you find yourselves on the road, looking around the hills. What would you guys like to do? I keep stop reaching for the Skittles. Fuck.
By all
God,
means.
help yourself. It's fine.
No. I want people to make me earn them. But what are you guys doing?
I guess we're going to the same spot we met Larry.
Yes. Set up camp and wait for Tim Curry to appear.
All right. So you basically you met them up on the sort of the southern, I think it was the southern rise of the road, the same side as that the wagon was broken down and where the body and stuff was. You guys are you literally just going to set up camp here, or and then just wait, or
What time of day is it?
it's late afternoon, not quite dusk, but dusk's probably about an hour away.
Yeah.
I'll be just looking around in the grass because that's where I think they came from before.
Yep.
Should we check the? I feel like I should say this is Grumpfel. Should we just have a look at the wagon and see if it has been further disturbed?
Sure.
Yeah. Okay. So so make another perception check for me then, Grumpfel, as you go and have another quick check of the wagon.
Perception.
Perception.
Oh, 9. Yeah,
9.
that's our roll.
I mean, it doesn't. Even with the lowest roll, there's definitely nothing that sticks out as being disturbed. It looks pretty much the way you guys had left it. So you make your way sort of up sort of that slight rise on the southern side. Make yourselves comfortable. Set up a small camp.
I'll probably want to set up my alarm.
Okay. All right. What sort of area does that cover again?
20-foot cube.
20-foot cube. Okay. All right. Good to know. Let me get some dice so I can murder you guys with them. All right. So you guys set up camp and stuff. Wow. That is. Delgrim is obviously influencing my dice as well. So you guys, it's just on dusk when you can notice further south at the top of the rise, through the long grass, what appears to be two very distinct. You can't see anything, but you can see the grass moving quite noticeably, as if two things are pushing their way through the grass towards you.
Well, I'll if it's getting towards dark, I'll have had my dancing lights up.
Okay.
How far away is the grass moving?
At this stage, it's probably just coming over the top of the rise, so it's about 60 feet.
So I might just send can I send one of my orbs over towards it?
Yep.
So I'll just send one of my dancing lights over towards it.
So it flies out over in that direction, and you can't see anything, and there's still enough light to be able to see fairly clearly, but the light certainly helps illuminate, and you can see now that, there's definitely two shapes. One is heading straight towards the group, and the other one appears to sort of break off and head almost sort of in a flanking position. It gets to about 30 feet away, and the one that's heading towards you watch as it sort of slowly coming into existence as this large, muscle-bound, panther-like form that you recognize as one of these creatures. You can see its face, the large smile, the long teeth, as it sees you all sitting there. And it just keeps walking up until it hits the edge of your alarm spell. Tiernan, what happens when that goes off?
It sends off an alarm. It'll be on mental note.
Yeah.
So it'll just do a beeping in my head.
So you hear the sound as it cuts through the alarm. This thing just keeps winding its way down towards you, and you can see it's obviously heading towards Delgrim. Large smile on its face, not saying anything at this point in time.
Can we tell if it's Larry?
Make a perception check for me.
Just Miera? Is that anyone can do that?
Can we all see this?
Anyone who wants to try and see whether or not it's Larry?
I will. And as per D20 suggestion, a mouth roll seems just as good an idea as any at this point, so.
I got a 13.
Sick.
Perception.
So Miera got a 13.
Rowan is not trying to perceive
13.
anything. She's just stiffened at the existence of these.
Yeah, for sure.
these guys.
Grumpfel, what did you get? Sorry,
13.
Delgrim.
17.
Wow. Oh, okay.
So math roll is yours.
well.
So
Mouth
that's a-
rolls the thing.
some
So-
nice
How am I
math
going to
there.
do? How am I going to do it with
Clicky-clacky
this? That's going to get tricky.
You might.
Nine.
That's an entirely different Twitch channel.
Was that 9, Tiernan? Let's not go there. So,
Launching Prometheans OnlyFans.
well,
Sorry, continue.
Delgrim, you're pretty sure it's Larry. There's something about the smile. There's something about the way that he's sort of looking at you. And it gets to about 10 feet and just sort of stops and looks at all of you. And then you hear the deep voice. It's, you've all returned. Interesting.
Well, resemble. We are here to close deal. And Delgrim will kind of hold his hand out and look over toward Miera, who seems the most invested in this chicken at this point in time. And we have brought additional gift.
I guess I don't know if I can pick up the chicken.
The chicken's in a cage. The chicken's
Would I
in
be
a
able
cage.
to pick up the cage?
Yeah.
I'll pick up the cage and say, we brought chicken nuggets.
The chicken has got a nervous cluck going on. You know what chickens are like when they sense that there is a predator around, and the chicken is sort of fidgeting in the cage a bit, and you see Liasons' big eyes sort of turn, and they look at the chicken. They go, I see.
At a show of good faith.
Yeah, so
the eyes rest on Miera for a moment as well. It sort of looks between the chicken and then Miera. You can feel the eyes on you too. And he goes, so you're offering me just the chicken?
I think our deal was that we bring a result of a deal to conclude the original arrangement. The townsfolk wish to send this chicken as a show of good faith of their acceptance, that your offer has been considered.
And this is somewhat unexpected, but I do like a nice small chicken every now and then. And as it speaks, Miera, it's still looking at you and not the chicken.
Oh, well, chicken down there.
I know where the chicken is.
Well, then just you inspect your chicken.
Open the
Looks at
cage
you.
mirror.
Looks at you for a
can
moment.
actually grab the cage before that even happens and say,
Okay.
first, we were promised information. Deal has been wrought with townsfolk and creature. Townsfolk will provide beast on full moon. Creature provide information on wagon.
The
and
eyes,
on Furbolg.
the eyes
And
flick
leave
back
town alone.
to Delgrim. I believe the agreement has been made. I do appreciate the extra gift. It makes me very, very happy. Do you mind just if I maybe just snacked on that chicken before I just tell you what I know?
Are you going to cook
snack
it?
on chicken after.
Make a persuasion check.
Delgrim or Cass? Or Miera, rather.
All right.
Oh,
This
chunky boy.
feels like an important one, right? So
Okay,
bring
here
out
we
our
go.
Chonko. All right, hang on.
Chonk in the hole.
Why are we
Come
letting
on.
Promethean do this?
Fuck this up.
Can I
Mouth roll.
Can I give advantage?
Yes!
I don't need
18!
Plus anything?
No. No. It's just 18.
Yay!
That's all I got.
All hail the chunk.
Or
It's
have-
not a 4.
Larazamble goes, very well. What would you like to know first?
First, I would like to know what happened to Wagon.
What happened to the wagon? Well, there was a young man who you were traveling with when you were here last. He was the one who was responsible for the wagon. Him and his friends. They were all traveling as a group.
Should have shot him.
And once they got here, they dismantled the wagon to make it look like maybe something terrible had happened. And then all of his friends took everything that were on the back and they went back the way they came. Now, the interesting thing is that friend of yours, he stayed behind with that other man, that body down there. And he killed him. He's very, very good with a knife. And then he left. And so I was curious and I followed the rest of them with their crates and barrels. And I know exactly where they're hiding now. Maybe I'll just take you there.
Not maybe, this part of deal.
Oh,
You say you take us there.
you are very, very insistent, aren't you? But yes, I agree this is part of the deal. Very well. But I would like to eat that chicken. Very, very hungry right now.
You can eat chicken after you also we go. You take us to where wagon content is. On the way, you tell us about Furbog that you and your friend devour, and then after this, we give you bonus chicken.
I would like to point out that I think my friend does not mean any of us as a bonus chicken. We have the agreement that we would each give the other free passage.
Bonus chicken
And
is
Grumpfel kind of stands in front of Miera.
Oh, I'm well aware of the agreement that was reached. You were all safe. As much as I might very much like to have one of you for my supper, and the eyes again rest on Miera. An agreement was reached. You are safe. Follow me. And it turns and starts to head east, just along the side of the hill.
We should have let him have the chicken because now I have to carry the cage.
Oh, Delgrim grabbed it. Delgrim's carried the cage. You're good.
Thank
You thinking of Hey from Moana?
And how are we going to sneak up on things, honestly, if we've got a chicken that's like...
Yep.
That's not a
And-
bad idea. We should just let him eat it.
We let him
And
snack
so-
on the way.
As horrific as that's going to be.
Does me clucking count as a bad
Questionable accent?
Yeah.
Yeah. I think
But
we've had a
for-
few questionable
sure.
accents this
Hold on. Book, begurk. There you go.
I think you should. I think you should tell us what happened to Furbog you mentioned, and then you can have chicken before we come to place you take us.
Old. Old. And he just keeps walking along. So he can tell you about the Furbog, but there's not much to say. He came out this way. He tried to cause a little bit of trouble. And we ate him. It was as simple as that.
What did he look like?
The Furbog?
Hmm.
Oh, I don't know. He looked like a Furbog. He was tall, some of the clothing he had on caught in my teeth, which was sort of annoying at the time. But apart from that, it's just a furbolg, really.
What sort
Would
of
you say he
trouble?
was well dressed?
Well dressed? I don't really know what well dressed means. Are any of you well dressed? Can I use one of you as comparison?
Are any of us well dressed?
Grumpfel's not rough, like his clothing's decent, but I wouldn't say well dressed. Not like Meet the King well dressed, but
Yeah, I was
no,
gonna say
pleasant for
traveling
traveling.
dressed.
Yeah.
Delgrim's is practical, which is like the height of sensibility to his mind.
Yeah.
I'm just wearing traveling gear.
Tiernan's would probably be a little bit more sophisticated from considering where he's from, so I guess. Point to myself.
Sort of his head looks around at you as he's walking along and sort of looks back and goes, I can't really remember, to be honest. I'm not terribly concerned about what my food wears.
Well,
It's all about the taste and texture.
I assure you, we would all give you indigestion as well as being sinewy and bland.
I don't know about that. I think that small halfling there, she looks very tasty.
And it's fun because the two halflings, I'm sure, share a glance at each other in that very moment of like, you, me, you,
Yeah.
you, me, you.
Larry, what sort of trouble was the furbolg causing that made you want to eat him?
He came out here and he wanted to try and kill us.
So it was
Did he-
self-defense.
Well, I mean, sure, why not?
How is it you know he want to kill you?
Well, he was carrying a sword. And when we appeared, he took the sword out and waved it in our general direction. And to me, in my experience, that generally means someone wants to try and kill you.
Perhaps they just frightened. You not think
Well,
of this?
Not really. I was quite hungry at the time as well, so
What happened to the sword?
I don't know. It's probably off in the grass somewhere.
Would you know where?
I don't know.
Roughly?
Do you know where you leave your leftovers when you have a meal?
Yes, I put them in the bin. Because I
In the
don't leave my
bin.
rubbish around.
Oh, I see. You are a spicy one, aren't you? No, I don't really care about that sort of thing. It's off in the grass somewhere. Maybe someone else has found it. Don't really care.
Well, if you want to live in these
Absolutely.
fields, you should keep them clean. That's all I'm saying.
Can I roll an insight check just to see if I can get a sense if anything's being held back from what's being told?
Yeah, absolutely.
So
That would be the
far.
perfect thing to do.
Lovely. That's an 18.
18.
Nice.
So
So much for that bingo square.
it's yeah. Bum, bow. There's nothing that would. It's very hard to tell. The lilt to the voice, the mannerisms. It feels like everything potentially has multiple meanings to it, and trying to decipher exactly what's going on is very, very difficult.
If there's nothing obvious, though, then Delgrim will, true to his word, open up the cage, grab the chicken by the neck, and will just kind of toss it in front of the creature. Here is bonus chicken, as promised.
So you reach in and you grab it by the scruff and you throw it sort of in the general direction of Larry. And
Kind of in front. So and there's ulterior motives. So Delgrim's wanting to see how this creature reacts to having prey in front of them. Yeah.
it is disconcerting how fast Larazamble moves as the chicken sort of cartwheels through the air, its small stubby wings trying to sort of flap and there is just this snapping sound as Larazambo just literally sort of almost like it's ridiculously fast. And this thing just vanishes into its mouth, and there is one or two very loud crunches. Do you like some fresh chicken? So small, though, it does still leave me just that little bit hungry.
Is bonus chicken. You'll be
It
fed when
is
full moon.
bonus
As
chicken.
promised in deal.
I believe
now?
the terminology is appetizer.
Entree.
Delgrim, sure you don't want to change the deal a little bit? I mean, a little halfling over there, she does look very tasty. Do you really need her around?
Hang
And
on, there's two halflings. Who are
He
you talking
looks
about?
at Miera.
Okay.
Rowan
mean,
is like basically
really-
hiding behind whoever she can at this
Yeah.
point. This is not. She does not want to be here.
And Delgrim will point out, you suggested there be dire consequences if I break deal. Tell me, what are dire consequences for you if you break deal?
There are none.
Then you will take us to where you are taking us. And you will go. Deal not change.
Disappointing. Thought maybe you would want to change things. You seem... No, I don't know. But a deal is a deal. And with that, he turns around. As he starts to walk away, begins humming. The sound that comes forth from Larazamble is beautiful, is almost an understatement. The tune that he begins to hum is almost intoxicating. And all of you, as you listen to it, find yourselves suddenly, you're able to focus enough to still do things, but it's like, you know how when you're driving somewhere and it's really busy and you've got the radio on loud and you've got to turn the radio down to focus? It's like you can't turn the radio down. You can still concentrate, but it's hard. It's like there's just something else going on. But the music is just, it's beautiful, just this deep sort of baritone hum.
Rowan is going to reach her hand into her pocket and squeeze her rock to try and give herself like a grounding thing.
You can feel just that the cold, hard material of it in your hand, and it gives you a certain sense of sort of comfort feeling it there. But even then, it's just the sound. There's just something about it.
Keep an eye out, Blinky.
Is this a musical thing?
It is definitely musical. Like you can't. It's no sort of tune or song that you've ever heard before, but there is definitely some sort of musical overtone to it.
Okay. I have Grumpfel has a racial trait of gnome cunning, gives an advantage on all intelligent, wisdom, and charisma saving throws against magic.
Yeah.
So just I'm not sure what you're doing with old mate Larry here, but just sort of pointing that out.
No, that's awesome to know. You do find it a little less distracting than the others.
Does it affect Blinky?
Blinky doesn't appear to be affected. No.
Delgrim also has psionic fortitude, which, if under a saving throw situation, would give advantage for charmed or stunned conditions.
So same thing with you. You it is absolutely beautiful. This noise, this song that is coming from this creature. But you, unlike the others, don't struggle quite as much.
I just ask Blinky to keep an eye on things.
There's sort of the metallic sort of clap of the eye opening and closing, sort of an acknowledgement, and a small, almost sort of slightly lower beep, almost sort of the sort of beep that you've associated in the past with sort of a little bit of concern. You guys continue to follow Liasons along for about an hour. This stage, you've sort of made your way away from the road a little bit, and there's a small valley that he started to lead you down, of which a small creek is running along. He then just sort of comes to a stop and turns around to look at you, Delgrim, and says, well, we've reached our destination. If you'd like to come and stand right here beside me, Delgrim, I'll show you what it is that you want to see.
Which Delgrim will do.
Cool.
Having the full protection of safe passage as per the deal.
As outlined in clause 9, paragraph 4 of the contract that we agreed to. So you come forward and you can see that he sort of stopped on the lip of, or sort of on the edge of a small drop off, which overlooks down into the valley that you've kind of been walking along. And you can see there's a small creek. It runs off down, but there's a small branch that comes off to the right, to the left, goes towards through some small trees, and you can just see, and it's dark at this point in time, you can just see the soft glow of what's probably like a torch or something. And from the angle that you're at, you can make out what appears to be a small wooden barricade that comes partway across the entrance to a cave. Liasons goes, down there is where you will find the rest of these people who helped out your friend before. They've taken all of those goods into the cave, and they've been hiding in there for some time now.
Lozenge, do you know why they take firework and wagon goods? Have you heard anything in finding them and listening to them? You seem like a very clever creature who hears and knows many things.
Make a persuasion roll for me.
I will.
Delgrim, the
Smooth talker.
Yeah.
We're going the chunky for this one, yeah. Right. No, it's 11.
It's 11.
When Delgrim is the face of the party. Oh
Yeah.
no.
How'd this happen?
Shit.
You let it happen. I tried.
Liasons sort of glances across at you when he goes, I don't really care. I just make sure they don't cause us any trouble. And they're in their little cave, and there's probably too many of them for me to try and eat by myself.
Would you like to eat them? If I go in there to get firework back, there are many likely to die. I'm sure you can have 1 or 2 or 3. Your friend also.
I think perhaps we should keep our friend that was responsible for the body back there.
I agree.
I do prefer my food to be alive and kicking when I eat it. Sometimes the challenge of catching it is part of the fun. And he'll glance at Miera again.
Mira's still got her reed that she's kind of just hitting the ground.
You help us catch this prey. You get to eat. We get firework.
Not me.
Might I suggest something?
Does Larry like slump when Miera says that?
Yeah.
Not me.
Larry,
Arthur,
may I suggest something?
and turns and looks at you. As you've been fairly quiet, he walks over towards you and sort of stands right in front of him. Just sure. What's your suggestion?
Well, we go in. If any of them happen to run out, they'd be fair game, would they not?
This is an interesting idea.
As long as it's not our friend from before, the one that dispatched that poor fellow that we saw back there. If he runs out there, we need to take him back with us. But if anyone else was to run out other than us, of course, then their demise would be secondary to today's purpose. And
The hunt would still be included. Just don't kill that one.
It's an interesting thing that you propose.
But you could only eat them if they're causing you trouble. So if they attack you while they're trying to get out. Otherwise, you probably should just let them go. I don't know if we want to be gambling with people or offering people up.
Well, are these criminals, are they not?
Oh, I like what you're saying there, Mr. Blue Person, and says, looking at Tiernan. Looks across at you, Miera, and says, does it really matter? Why can't I just eat them?
Oh, I thought you had rules. That's all.
Rules? I have some rules. When it comes to agreements with people, certainly, but in this situation, you know, you've got to eat sometimes, and I'm not allowed to eat what I would prefer right now. As it eyeballs, as it once again looks back at Miera.
So do you agree that anyone who flees and is not with us is fair game, except for that one? What's the guy's name?
Tolbin.
Oh, drink.
One for the road. Thanks, Em.
Make a persuasion roll, Tiernan, and you can have it with advantage because Grumpfel was sort of throwing in his 5 cents with the conversation as well and giving you assistance.
What was my first roll? I think it was a 12. 12.
Sorry, was I rolling then?
No, it was Tiernan with advantage. So 12.
Yeah.
I'm not going to guarantee what we do, but if we find a fortuitous situation where one of these people maybe finds themselves out here by themselves, then might be more than happy to have a small evening snack, shall we say?
Sounds fair to me.
So, I'm going to leave you and your friends to work out how you're going to get these people out of there. And good luck. And Larazamble just slowly fades out of existence. You guys can see the grass just sort of move. But in the darkness, except for you, Delgrim, you absolutely know where he is for that sort of that 10 feet worth of that blind sight that you've got. You're in the darkness at the moment. I feel that, Delgrim, you're feeling very at home. Pick a color, Heath.
Let's go with brown again.
Brown. All the way down to Browntown.
Browntown.
So with that,
Just a tip for chat: if you get to pick orange.
Oh, there's no
Yeah,
more orange
yeah.
ones. What a shame.
Well, was
Mm.
everyone comfortable with that?
Inside check. Yes.
Let me make my deception roll. Okay. So what are you guys doing?
Tiernan was just asking everybody if everyone was comfortable with that.
Rowan
You
does
have
not look
to-
comfortable with most of what's going on, but that's not. She hasn't changed her perspective.
Fair enough.
She doesn't particularly like the Fae. Let's go with.
I
He
am,
sort of got that.
Yeah,
I am happy
Grumpfel's
to go into cave.
Yeah,
Grumpfel.
yeah. Grumpfel's happy to go in. The deal as such is, if like in his eyes, that we want to recover the goods. We want to recover the guy who sort of was instigator and killed that guy back there. And if any of his party run out and are deposed by the Fey creatures, well, then he will, for the moment, be happy with that.
I was more concerned with trying to keep him busy rather than
Yeah.
focusing on us. So, Tolbin and his crew have already proven that they're murderers. So, they've already crossed that line, in my opinion.
and
So,
essentially it's against his town. So it's like, and
No, he's mercenary. He's not from town.
And this way, if they do happen to see us, no word will go back to their superiors, should there be any.
I am worried about those who cannot see in dark. I can see in cave fine.
I've got my lights.
I've got
Light is
Blinky.
good.
And Tiernan would touch Blinky, and Blinky just suddenly into light
It
with
depends
the
on
light
its
spell.
witcher.
This
Do you
is
want us
good.
to sneak?
I think
That's the
should we try and bring some out of cave first? We don't know what in cave. We don't know. We don't know how many. We don't know how well armed. We don't know what we're walking into. Perhaps we try and bring some out. Tiernan, your balls that make noise. Is this noise only in your head, or does this make noise out loud?
Oh, they can make it out loud.
Your balls make out loud noise. This is good. Can you make your balls make out loud noise?
Oh yes, definitely. I can even have Blinky carry them over and drop them off.
This
Blinky
is
can
good.
carry my noisy balls.
And Delgrim will pull out his crossbow at this point, and in that case, I will position myself to shoot anyone who comes out of dark cave when noisy balls make noise.
just be careful not to shoot the balls.
How far are we
Tiernan-
away from this cave? How far are we away from this cave?
Grumpfel will also ready his crossbow.
For the love of God, someone add a sub so I have to eat a skittle, please. So what was that?
How far away is the cave?
So from where you guys are, it's probably 80 feet to where the cave entrance is, and you can't see it from the angle that you're at. You can see sort of the corner of a wooden barricade. You can see just the top edge of like the cave mouth, and you can see the glow from inside of fire, which would again suggest there's some sort of light source in there.
All right. Well, do we need to get closer for your crossbow?
I normally fire in the cave at pretty close. Let me check. I should probably know this kind of thing already, right? I do not.
Light crossbow is like 120 feet. Like it's got a long range. You'd be
At long range, yeah. No, Delgrim's probably want to be up fairly close though, in case he needs to rush into melee range as well.
Yep.
So he'll want to be within 30 feet of the entrance. Find a hiding spot as close as possible.
okay. So you want to try and sneak up closer? Is that what I'm hearing?
Yeah.
Okay.
Rowan's going to want to be like 60 feet, but to work out where she should be is going to be dictated by the pull in her pocket.
Okay.
Where feels like it's the best.
Okay. We'll sort that out in a tick. What's everyone else wanting to do?
I wouldn't want to go up as far. I wouldn't want to go up as far as Delgrim. I'd probably be closer to the 60 feet range, like
Bless you.
Thank you.
Kate, because I'm aware that Rowan should say. I'm aware that I'm not exactly the most quietest in my current armor.
Sure, for sure. Grumpfel, what
How
about
close
you?
are your balls going to be, though?
They can be flown in by air.
Air balls.
Air balls.
Brilliant.
Oh, Jesus.
Airmail?
Raining
No, wait,
balls.
no.
Grumpfel, what are you doing?
So Grumpfel crossbow idea that Delgrim suggested is good. He will perhaps not get as close as Delgrim, but still be close enough. I think, light crossbows 80 feet. So getting in closer, but not too close to the entrance of the cave.
Okay. And what about Miera?
They'll probably be like maybe just behind Grumpfel and Delgrim. I don't know. Because I was going to bring some lights if they wanted lights.
Okay.
Delgrim's just had a flash of insight and just wants to dash out of his hiding spot for a sec with his hunting trap and try and look for the common, if there's like a common kind of walking path out of this cave that can be seen, and lay this hunting trap in front of it.
Okay.
And then scoot off back into
Make a
his hiding spot.
perception check for me.
Oh. You don't like you dice.
Yeah,
18?
use the good dice.
18.
Hang on. Sorry. 21.
21. Dude, awesome. Okay. So look, it's you can see that there's the small stream that runs along and then sort of branches off and runs into this cave itself. You can see on the opposite side from where you guys are, there's like a small trail. It's quite hard to see, but with this being, dark, you're very much feeling in your environment. It appears to be almost like a small wagon trail down the other side that leads up to where the cave is. Again, where you are, you can't actually see the cave mouth itself. You'd need to move around a little bit further to actually sort of see exactly what sort of the cave mouth itself. But there's definitely a little trail there that if you wanted to try and sneak down to and put the trap on.
Yeah, I think that'd make sense. So Delgrim's thinking is people are generally creatures of habit. If they try and make a run for it to whatever's on that trail, that's the likely approach, and we'll lay the hunting trap down and then scoot back into his little hiding spot. So what I'm hearing is that Delgrim is going to sort of peel off and go and do this, while the rest of you guys move yourselves around to sort of that sort of 60 to 80 feet where you've got a decent view of the cave mouth, but trying to all stay sort of hidden. Is that accurate?
That's accurate for Rowan. Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, lots of nodding. Awesome. So what I want everybody to make stealth checks, please. And we'll see how well the team's first stealth approach goes.
How rocky is the terrain, if I may ask?
It's not particularly
Damn
rocky
it.
at all. Yeah, sorry.
I
Nice
rolled a
try.
nat 1.
Good question. Nat 1, so Halfling, you get to re-roll.
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
Lucky.
Just don't roll it too.
So
16.
Okay, 16. Delgrim?
And
10. Okay. Grumpfel?
it's asking me whether it's a normal roll or an advantage roll because
Just-
I get, hang on, normal. I've got to collect, click, and crap.
Oh,
4 total. That is not a nat 1. That's 2 plus 2.
Miera, what did you get?
Bother and bother.
I got a dirty 20. I rolled an 18 and I got +2.
Nice.
Okay, all right. I can tell by John's expression, he's John the roll. So You're on mute.
You're
Oh,
muted.
yeah, he's
Don't
muted
give
himself.
me fingers.
That's
I
right.
love that. I rolled a lovely 16, but it was at disadvantage. So then I came through and rolled a 6.
Still
And-
better than Grumpfel's 4.
Okay. So you
Grumpfel,
guys,
Grumpfel trips over.
as you guys sort of peel off, Delgrim heading sort of straight down the hill to kind of cross this small stream to lay his trap. You watch him as he heads off down the hill. As you get to the bottom, like the grass is quite thick here, and Delgrim, you put your foot down where you think the ground would be, but there's actually a drop off which is slightly concealed by the length of the grass. Small tumble, a little bit more noise than you would hope. You hit the bottom. You take a moment to look around, and you're like, oh, I think I'm pretty good. And you keep going, just in time to hear quite the racket coming from further up the hill. As you sort of you watch, you turn around, you sort of have a brief look. You got no idea where Rowan and Miera are, but unfortunately, Grumpfel and Tiernan are making a bit of a mockery of trying to be sneaky at all. There's clattering.
Stretch your day, man.
Stretch. What? I just thought people were celebrating. I don't know.
Yeah.
Miera and Rowan, what you guys see before this noise kicks in is you come around, you start to see the entrance to this cave. It's fairly wide, and you can actually see with the light that's shining out from what appears to be some torches. Just off to one side, a wagon and a horse. Sort of concealed by a small group of trees, which you couldn't sort of see from where you were before, so you've come around. You can also see two people standing at the front of the cave. One of them appears to be a furbolg. The other one appears to be human. The furbolg is dark-furred, wearing leather armor. You can see they've got a light crossbow sort of on one shoulder. And they're leaning against the wall, and their head's sort of got the droop of someone who's trying not to fall asleep and kind of being pretty shitty at it. The human also is carrying a light crossbow, quite overweight, balding, and is currently just like picking between their teeth with like a little stick or something like that. Neither of them seem to be paying huge amounts of attention at the moment. But then there's the loud clatter behind you from your companions. And you can hear, because you're not really that far away, 60, 70 feet's not that far. You can hear the human kind of looks up and he goes, "Hey, oi, Eli, do you hear that?" And the furbolg goes, what? What? Hear what? I didn't hear shit. What are you talking about, Bevel? Oh, I thought you heard something up there. And the furbolg replies, "Nah, you're probably making shit up. Probably a rabbit or something like that. There's nothing around here." Both of them you can see sort of looking out into the darkness. They don't appear to have seen where you guys are, but they certainly seem to be a lot more alert than they were before.
Far away, are they?
From where you guys are now, you're about 70 feet away. Rowan, can you just roll a d20 for me?
6.
6. Your stone is cold.
Yeah.
There's quite a bit of undergrowth and stuff around here. Like from a visibility point of view, it's fairly easy to stay concealed from sight. Grumpfel and Tiernan, the issues that you guys have got is just with all of the armor and stuff that you're wearing, and Tiernan with your metal devices and stuff. It's so hard to move without pieces of metal knocking together. Delgrim, at this stage, you're probably about 50 feet away on the opposite side of the stream to where everybody else is, and you've laid the trap down on the path. We're in a sort of a sensible place. From where you are, you still can't see the cave mouth because there's a small group of trees that are sort of in the way. But through the trees, you can see what appears to be a wagon and a horse.
Delgrim, and so the wagon, the horse is in the direction of the cave mouth, right?
Yep. If you
so-
keep going straight ahead, you would get to the trees. Other side of the trees is the wagon and the horse, and then just beside that is the cave mouth.
Yeah, okay. So Delgrim's going to keep heading in that direction and just kind of use that 10 feet of blind sight as a feeler.
Yep.
10 feet ahead of him, but clocking the wagon and the horse is just going to really quickly just have a little peek in the wagon just to see what's in there.
Yeah. So you get up to the wagon, and you go around the back and have a quick look in. You hear these two individuals talking as you get closer as well. You peek into the back of the wagon and the wagon is empty. What are the rest of you guys doing at this point in time?
Well, we didn't really... Oh, sorry.
Sorry, I was just going to ask. So we heard...
You heard them speaking, yeah.
We heard them speaking and we heard them being alerted to the fact that there was something happening.
Mm-hmm.
Can I cast sleep on them if they're within 90 feet?
Miera, yes, you can. Before you do that, sorry, Grumpfel and Tiernan, I think there was something that you guys wanted to say. So quickly, Grumpfel,
I was just
what were you
going to
going to say?
I dare say with the noise, with the roll that low and a bit of noise, Grumpfel will probably just, if anything, he's dropped anything or picking it up or trying to sort of, oh shit, quite out of character, trying to just gather himself from making this noise.
Okay. So you're just trying to do everything that you can to constrain the noise that you're making. And you can see the two halflings barely make them out. They're hardly visible, but you're also very conscious of the amount of noise that Tiernan is making beside you. Tiernan, what were you going to say?
Well, we didn't really have any sort of exact plan, but the moment Tiernan realized that he made a noise, he'd stop.
Yeah.
He wouldn't move any further.
Yeah.
And he's aware that he's alerted them, so he would just start giving the one of the balls to Blinky.
Yeah.
Blink and just whispers to Blinky to fly over to the area that Delgrim mentioned. Place the ball where Delgrim indicated, tap it, and then fly back.
So does Blinky, how does stealth work for Blinky?
Yes,
assuming
he has a stealth roll.
Okay,
He has a stealth check and so forth. So
all right. So there's going to be a couple of things that are sort of going to happen simultaneously here. So as Blinky lifts off your shoulder with the little ball in its hand, he starts to sort of swoop down. Miera, you cast sleep. So I believe there is a hit point total that you need to roll to see how many people you can potentially put to sleep.
So 5d8. I
Right.
rolled a 7, a 5, 3, 4, and an 8, so 27 in total.
27. Okay. So this is the first time anyone's really seen Miera sort of invoke any magic. Is there anything in particular? How does Miera go about this?
Well, she is going to be holding Algernon, which is the little carved hummingbird, and she's just going to, looks like she's just whispering to him. And yeah, she's whispering, then they're just going to kind of drop, if they do, with a little bit of a sparkly sort of dust, almost like kicking up.
Oh, yeah. Perfect. Outstanding. So that is literally what the rest of you guys see. So as Blinky starts to sweep to come in, John, can you make your stealth roll for Blinky?
Sure.
Natural 20.
16.
Oh, now you get your natural 20.
Yeah, 16. Nice. So, yep, Grumpfel.
Sorry, I was just going to say, since we're not in initiative, can I roll Arcana to sort of see what Miera is doing? Just curious.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
Oh, now you roll a 20. So that's 21 in total.
You look, there is, you've seen people casting spells before. This is definitively some kind of charm type
And it's arcane, not
It is definitely
divine.
It is definitely an arcane type of spell. You've never seen any sort of like clerics or anything of that nature generally.
Would it give Grumpfel an idea of whether it's innate in the sense of a sorcerer or prepared in the sense of a wizard?
You'd have no idea.
No idea. That's cool.
Yeah.
That's cool. Sorry.
Yeah, no, good question though. So Delgrim, as you sort of come around from behind the wagon to sort of peek and have a look at the cave mouth, you watch as there is this very slight shimmer around these two figures, and then they just both thump on the ground. Miera, what's the duration on sleep?
It's a minute.
It's a minute.
Mhm.
Okay. So what are you guys doing?
Delgrim will try and assassinate the both of the sleeping people immediately.
I was just going to suggest tying them up.
It's too late. We didn't tell Delgrim what you were doing, darling.
Okay. So with that, so Tiernan, you see these two people drop as Blinky sort of swings by. You still getting Blinky to drop the ball?
Well, no, it doesn't work like that. I tell him to do something,
And he
and
does
he
it.
goes and does it. Then he
Okay.
has to come back to me.
Outstanding. Okay, so Blinky swoops in. So Delgrim, as you come around the corner, you see the two figures. What are you using to assassinate them with?
So I assume they've just kind of fallen unconscious, right?
Yep.
Yeah. So it'll be a. Do I not have a dagger? Hang on. I could have sworn I had a dagger. Apparently, I don't. In which case, then it will be Delgrim's war pick, and it will just be a straight braining to the head on the first of these sleeping guys.
Meanwhile, Larry's sitting back with the popcorn, just watching what's going on.
While this is going on, Rowan is just looking dead through past the dropped people into the rest of the cave.
Okay.
Because I've got 120. So I've got dark sight, devil's sight rather.
Yeah.
Sorry. So I'm looking to see if there's anyone else. I don't know, behind them.
That's an
Seems
excellent.
fine.
That's an
Seems
excellent
fine.
question, isn't it?
Seems real
That's
good.
fine.
It's fine. It's
Stop
fine.
giving him
It's
an
fine.
ideas.
It'll be fine. Make a perception check for me.
Natural 20.
Wow.
Natural 20
All the
plus
20s.
1. So 21, please.
So you sort of focus in there, and you're still holding the rock really hard in your hand. You know, this is quite a tense situation. And a warmth just spreads up your arm and through your body, and it's a comforting feeling, and it sort of helps you sort of center yourself a little bit. And as you look through the cave, you can see that the stream makes its way in there, and you can see a couple of small wooden bridges appear to have been sort of erected to cover it through there. Pretty sure you can see someone else in there, but the cave looks quite deep as well.
Okay. She's not moving yet.
So, Delgrim, you come around, Warpick comes out, as Blinky comes in and drops the ball. And what does the ball do?
The ball issues a blood-curdling scream as if someone has broken their leg and goes... And then it just pauses for a minute before it goes off again.
So, Miera, what causes the sleep spell to be broken? Is it just harm? I think it is, from memory.
Or being shaken awake, I think.
Yeah, I think there's going to be some
Yes,
sort of physical interaction.
If the sleeper takes damage or someone uses an action to shake or slap them awake.
So, Delgrim, you've got the pick out. You bring it up over your head, and behind you there's this from you don't even know what. How would Delgrim react?
To that sound would probably immediately turn to the sound. There's no threat from those two at the moment, so that's the bigger issue.
So you whip around and have a look, and you The first thing you see is probably Blinky blinking at you, just floating in the air. The next thing, you hear a number of voices from inside the cave going, "What the fuck was that? Quick, let's go check. Wait, what about the guards?" And you can hear the sound of feet running from inside.
Blinky was instructed to fly straight back to me.
Yep. So you'll see Blinky like just back up the hill, roughly towards where you think the others are.
Okay. Is there something to rush to and perhaps hide in?
There's the horse, there's the wagon, and there's the trees. Yeah, the horse, the wagon, the trees would all offer like quite a bit of cover.
Yeah, in which case Delgrim's gonna jump into the back of the wagon.
Okay. So you guys watch.
Is it covered? Has it got a cover?
It's not covered, no. But the sides are quite high. Like once you're in there, you wouldn't be able to see anything.
Thanks, Jordan.
Fine.
Oh, Jordan, you're a legend. Thanks, buddy.
Jordan.
For that,
That
I'm
also-
gonna eat one of my magical shittles.
It's a pay it
Pay it
forward.
forward.
Surely that's worth 2 Skittles.
It's
Pick a green one. Pick a green one.
I've got a green one.
Good.
Yeah.
Good.
How much regret is on Adam's face?
Come on.
There's
There's not enough regret.
fine.
Come on.
So
No, that's
close.
way too much chewing. Yeah.
Yeah. Boo.
It's almost the Rimmer face when he's eating what sandwich was it? The
yes, the-
triple
Cheese, chutney, and no, it was egg, chutney. I can't remember.
Are you just like now taking a whole bunch of them just because you don't think there's any crap ones
here
left?
we go. Triple fried egg chili chutney sandwich.
Skittles roulette.
The trick is to eat it before the bread disintegrates
Yeah.
Or
or dissolves. rather.
is Rowan able to see, like,
I don't think
so
any of
if
them got that.
all of this is going on, she's keeping
Yep.
an eye on who's coming out of the
Okay. So what you guys up the hill see is Delgrim with his pick out, ready to do the
braiding.
deed. He suddenly spins around at the sound of the scream, looks around briefly, and suddenly races around the corner. And you lose sight of him. Delgrim, can you just quickly make a stealth check for me as you jump into the back of the wagon? I was going to say that the sides of the wagon are fairly high, so like crouching down, especially because you're a dwarf, would be quite easy to hide.
I thought we could see the wagon and the two guys.
Sorry?
I thought we could see.
Where you are, you can.
Oh, okay.
That is an 11.
11? Okay. Actually, roll with advantage, actually, because of the stuff.
stuff and things and reasons.
That is a 16.
Brain rationale. I know why, because it makes sense, and because of like you're tucked right away out of the corner. Like it makes sense. So you guys watch as he vanishes around the corner, and then you see rampaging out. Let me just have a quick look here. A whole bunch of people, sorry, I'm getting myself distracted. 4 people suddenly emerge from the entrance of the cave. Now we're probably looking at quite possibly going into an initiative phase here. Do we want to have a quick 5-minute break?
I'm down for that. Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's have a quick
maybe.
5-minute break before we have the campaign's first combat.
Oh my god.
Should we
this is
roll
exciting!
initiative before we go to the fight?
Oh yeah, I think that sounds like a wonderful idea.
That's not a bad idea. Not a bad idea.
Roll it before, and then we'll
I hate you.
dehydrate.
I hate
Oh
you.
my god, this is exciting! First initiative of the campaign.
I'm gonna pull out a really cool dice to roll for initiative.
This always happens.
Yeah.
13.
Oh, no, that's...
Ham, for me?
Yep, 13.
I'm going to put mine in Discord as well, just so it's there. 6.
So I'm going to 6.
Wait,
Tiernan?
no.
It's actually a 3, but I rolled a 1. I never win initiative ever.
You can't
Miera?
win initiative, and you never know because it depends on what's going to
17?
happen.
Miera got a 17.
What is that?
Grumpy?
Oh.
This is some dice from some friends in Canada.
Ooh.
Not that I'm not.
What did it get? I can't read it.
It is
A 900.
a 12.
A 12.
12.
Okay. Interesting. Okay.
5-minute dehydration break.
Yep. 5-minute dehydration break.
Dehydration
Very short break.
2 squares
bravo.
on bingo.
I know.
Two squares.
And with that, the entire party is dead. And
Hey!
I'm kidding.
Look, we had a good
At least
run.
blow me up
Four
on
episodes.
stream.
Look, hey, it's like a map for combat and stuff like that. Shout out to 2 Minute Maps, who this is from. They do some awesome combat maps and all sorts of bits and pieces. So unfortunately, I don't have the hillsides and stuff around, so we're just going to have to kind of have a rough idea of where you guys are all at. But essentially, for everyone bar Delgrim, you're approximately 70 feet away from the entrance to the cave. If that helps, which I hope it does. So, with that, I now need to check my initiative order.
You mean we didn't close in during the break?
Well, look,
Hell no.
with that, Miera, you are at the top of the initiative. Now, what you see coming out of the cave, you see a gnome who's got a mace and a shield. You see a fairly young-looking female human who's wielding a short sword. You also see, that's those two. You also see another woman she's very tall, very solidly built, with a long sword that she's got in 2 hands. And behind them all, you can see your friend Tolbin.
So they're all in the entrance to the cave?
So where you are at the moment, yes, so where they're sitting on that map, yeah. So,
Okay.
So the deer and the batwing are the 2 that are asleep currently. So those are the 2 that you put to sleep.
Okay. Well, and are they within 90 feet of me?
Yes, absolutely. So you're 70 feet away.
Okay. So I'm thinking I might try and just cast sleep again to see if I can knock down the others.
Yeah, absolutely. So make that roll. How many hit points worth of sleepiness do you involve?
9, 12, 18. One more. 19.
19. Ooh, okay. So you watch as these front 2, so the gnome and the young woman. Is there an area of effect that you're casting this? Like, does it say?
So I can put it's creatures within 20 feet of a point I choose within range.
Okay. Yep. All right. So those front 2, as they come running out, the young woman and the gnome, sort of looking around, you whisper into Algernon again and invoke that magic, and Delgrim, from where you're sitting, you can see that slight shimmer, and the rest of you can as well, up here over the front 2. And they're both very alert for a moment, and the next moment they're both just collapsed on the ground, also asleep.
And can I just say, or have, I'm just trying to think about whether I say it out loud or, because I don't want to attract attention necessarily. Or maybe I'll just say to, can I say to Delgrim, just with my my telepathic link?
What's the range on that?
Let me see.
Rowan, you're up next.
30 feet?
Too far away.
Oh, okay. Well, can I just loudly whisper, don't hurt the ones that are sleeping?
So just so that those people around you can hear?
Mm.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, absolutely. So those of you who are nearby, you hear what Miera has just said. Right? Cool. Awesome. That's it?
Yeah, I think.
Okay.
that's
Who
it.
of us are nearby?
So
I am.
that is Tiernan, Grumpfel, and Rowan.
Not Delgrim.
No, Delgrim is opposite front.
How
Okay.
far am I from our friend Colburn?
Ooh, good question. So
Because obviously with the map, it's hard. Like I can't. Like how far am I from him?
you would be about 85 feet.
Okay. Without getting into the open, can I get myself to within 60 feet of him? You should be able to see to move that. Like that's, that's the thing.
Yeah. You'd be sort of like just to the edge of sort of where the tall grass is before you get down to where the stream is.
Yeah, so kind of where my icon is actually now, as opposed to where it would nominally have been.
So I'm not sure if you guys can see me drawing on here, but from the edge of the map to where the back icon is 15 feet.
Okay.
So yeah, so you'd be still a bit further back from there.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I'm going to get to within 60 feet, and I'm going to use Mind Sliver on him.
Ooh, okay. What do I need to?
Please?
That's a saving throw, isn't it?
That is an intelligence saving throw,
Oh Jesus! Okay.
please.
An intelligence saving. What's DC?
Intelligence of 13 needs to be.
Okay. How does Rowan invoke this magic? We've never seen Rowan really cast a spell before.
Yeah.
I don't know that anyone would notice because she's now she's 15 feet away from everybody else.
Yeah.
But that's where she squeezes the rock that's in her pocket, and in this case, she's just dead-eyeing him because this is psychic damage straight to the brain noodle. So I don't know that anyone's necessarily going to see unless he reacts to the fact he's basically been stabbed in the skull.
Okay.
So he takes 1d6 d6 psychic, and then we'll subtract 1d4 from his next saving throw before the end of his next turn. So this is a save or suck.
You focus on him and send out that energy, and you watch him for a moment as he's standing there with a long sword in one hand, looking around, trying to peer out into the darkness. And you can see him sort of frown for a moment. It's like
5 points of stabby brain.
Shakes it off and doesn't appear to affect him.
Fine.
Brain noodle time.
Does it not affect him because he passed the save, or does it not affect it? That's what I need to know because it matters for the save or suck. Yeah. That's fine. And then she's basically going to make herself as small as possible without going prone, so she's as hidden as.
Yeah, you can try and keep down, and it's there is the contrast between the torches that are illuminating there out into the darkness. So no, absolutely. Yep, you sort of hunker down. Okay, and that is you. So next is Grumpfel.
Okay. So near myself is Miera, Rowan, and Tiernan.
Correct. Yep.
Nowhere near me is Delgrim. Within they're within 30 feet.
No, Delgrim is he's probably close to about 70 feet away from you at this point in time.
Yeah. But
he's right up.
Rowan and Miera and Tiernan are within 30?
Absolutely, right there.
Okay, not a problem. Then Grumpfel clasps his holy symbol and just says, "May the dark protect those around." And he casts Bless.
Ooh, nice. So Bless means they get a D4 added to all.
So you bless up to 3 creatures of your choice within range. Whenever a target makes an attack roll or a saving throw before the spell ends, the target can roll a d4 and add the number to the attack roll or the saving throw. Now, it is concentration up to a minute. Grumpfel is technically concentrating.
Okay, good to know.
So with concentration, for those who are playing at home, lose concentration if I cast another spell that requires concentration. If I take damage or become incapacitated or killed, I lose concentration. Normal activity such as moving and attacking doesn't interfere with concentration.
Awesome. Okay, so Tiernan, Miera, Rowan, all that blessy goodness. Do not forget that with your rolls. Grumpfel, is there anything else, any bonus actions or movement that you want to do?
I think Grumpfel will just sort of hold back a bit. It may actually, you know what? He will move forward. If we're 70 away, he will move forward 20 feet, still seeking cover.
So you can go forward 15 feet to be beside Rowan, and that's right at the edge of the cover.
Yep, that's fine.
Yep, cool, awesome. Okay. Next up, that was Grumpfel. All right, it is your opponents. You hear Tolbin at the back as he looks around, all of these people suddenly sort of collapsing. You just hear this very loud, "Fuck! Joe, go and give one of them a punt or something. Why the fuck are they lying down?" And you watch as he moves backwards. And sort of vanishes from sight from where you guys are. You watch as the tall female comes forward. Now, what is the what's the condition for potentially waking someone up, Cass, again?
It's damage or shake them awake, basically.
Okay. You watch as she comes forward and she sort of gives one of them a slight kick. I'm going to see if it's a big enough of a kick to actually warrant breaking the magic. She gives them a punt. It's more of a nudge with the toe of her boot, and nothing happens. And she's like, "Shit!" And you watch as she also moves back out of sight behind that little wooden barricade that's up to the front there. So currently, both of them are now actually out of sight. But there are 4 sleeping bodies all lying around. Now, those front 2, we're probably about... I don't know, I'm just trying to think of how long it's probably been since you cast that spell and then all of this went down. I don't know, 30 seconds sound about right? So about halfway through the duration for that?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yep, cool. All right, so next up is Delgrim, and then Tiernan, you'll bring up the rear.
Okay, and they're all asleep, right?
Uh-huh.
Oh, God. So there's no one in my line of sight who is currently out of commission. Great. All right, as a bonus action then, I'm going to cast Zephyr Strike.
Oh, okay.
So I've got 15 feet-ish to the cave entrance, measurement-wise, but how far are we saying I actually am?
Yep, about 15 feet's about cool. Yep.
Yeah, okay. So that's about half of my movement then. And I'll use the rest to actually just jump straight into combat then with
that one there?
Was it human female? Yeah, jumped in behind there. Yep, bam. And I'm just gonna swing straight into her with the war pick.
Okay, so you come running around the corner and you can see she's sort of crouched back. She's got a long sword sort of ready in 2 hands. And as you just come racing around the corner, she's absolutely not prepared for this dwarf to suddenly appear out of fucking nowhere. Make your attack.
I shall, and I'll do it with advantage, courtesy of the Zephyr Strike as well.
Awesome.
Luckily, with advantage. Gives me 18 to hit.
18 definitely hits.
Magic. So, with the war pick, it's going to be 9 piercing damage.
Ooh.
And with the Zephyr Strike, that's going to be 1d8 additional force damage.
Sweet damn, dude.
Yeah, not here to mess around.
Not here to fuck spiders.
Just milk them, apparently.
just here to drink their milk, their sweet, succulent milk. That's 5
Succulent.
additional
Oh, just fucking
damage.
What was 5?
Yes, 5 additional force damage.
So you bring the war pick in low, and she's it's almost like she was prepared for someone taller, and she tries to parry the blow, but it's just you've got too much momentum and power behind it. You blast straight through with the sword and bury the pick right in the side, deep, and she lets out this guttural groan. You pull it out, and like blood just starts to pour down the side of her. Like that was a nasty blow. I think that's everything for you. Is that correct?
That is, yes.
All right, Tiernan, it is your turn.
I just realised I don't even have a token.
Don't you? I thought I did. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah.
Yeah, there's there's 3 halflings though, mate.
Well,
I'm there twice.
Well, I mean, to be fair, the halflings are.
I feel like Rowan is there twice.
I am there twice.
Why don't I have? I thought
I have little red ringed Rowan and I have little grey ringed Rowan.
Okay, so for
I was going
now,
with little red ringed Rowan as me.
Let's look. How about this, John?
No, it's all good. I was just
There you
putting it
go.
out.
There you go. Because
You're just the big, you're big Rowan.
Gigantic.
Uber
First off, how well lit is this?
It is like it's. You can easily see the people here.
Mhm.
Like there's obviously some torches and the like inside, which make it fairly well lit.
Okay, all right. And I can't see the lady standing behind, obviously.
No, so you can't even see where Delgrim is. Like he's run past this little wooden barrier and he's behind there, and Tolbin is nowhere to be seen.
Fair enough. All right, I'm going to move up. I guess 30 feet.
Yep. So that
And,
will get you about 40 feet away. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
And now you'll be right out in the open as well.
Am I beyond the cover? Am I?
Yes. Yep. So the cover from where you guys are is 15 feet.
Ah, okay.
Beyond that, you're basically just sort of almost going through the little stream itself.
All right. Can I actually see inside this cave yet?
You can see sort of down through where the gap is between the wooden barriers. So you can see like a small wooden bridge. You can see the stream sort of plays its way through.
All right. So basically, I got a like line of sight down the waterway.
Yep.
Can I see Delgrim at all?
No.
Okay. I'm just going to pull out my gun,
Mhm.
and line up a shot. Get it ready, and just prepare a shot to see if anything moves past.
Yep.
That's larger than Delgrim. I'm going to shoot it.
Okay. I appreciate the clarification there. Mental note to DM: add more dwarves to encounters. Okay, cool. All right, so that is that. So we're now back to the top of the order. So Miera, you're up. Rowan, you're after, and then it's Grumpfel.
Okay.
So Miera, what would you like to do?
So are those 2 people that I put to sleep first, are they still asleep at the moment?
They're still asleep. Yep.
Okay. So I'm going to say again in a hushed tone, but still loud enough for people around me to hear, we need to tie them up. And then I'm going to start making my way, sneaking around to where they are lying.
Okay. So if you dash, because you're a halfling, you can go 50 feet, which will make you about 20-ish feet away. So you can't quite get to them. You'd be about 10 feet away from them.
Okay. Then I can't get to them.
No.
Okay. I don't know if there's much else I can do.
Any buff spells?
Yeah, I'm just looking. Not really. Not if they're unconscious. Yeah, I'm not sure what else I can do. I don't want to use. I guess I'll just stay there, but kind of hide a little bit so I'm not in the way. Just as an aside, are they face up or face down in that water?
That is a very interesting question. Fate would have it they're both face up.
Damn.
50-50.
Okay.
Chat's just said heads or tails.
Yep. Okay, so that is Miera as Miera starts to race across. So next up is Rowan.
Can I see the one that's hiding as far back as she is from where I am? I can't tell angles and stuff.
So back here, you mean?
And
So like the skull one?
Yeah.
No. So from where you are, like think of it, you'd have a straight line of sight straight down the middle.
Yep.
Those two wooden barriers basically block off the rest of the view.
Can I get to where the wooden barriers are from where I am? You could dash and get to about there. Where's there? I can't.
Sorry. Where I've moved your token to.
Cool. Okay, which would mean I could see.
You could see Grumpfel from there. Grumpfel, Delgrim.
And the one that Delgrim's
absolutely
pumping on.
Yeah.
But
that would take a dash to get there, though.
Really?
Yeah, because you were 70.
I thought I was only like.
Yeah. So you were 70 feet away. Then you move 15 feet up. So that's 70, 65. So that's 55 feet. So dash would take you 50 feet to get to the front of the cave. So you're about 5 feet away from the front of the cave.
All right. In that case, I'm not going to move to where you've put me. I'm going to move to like. No. Hang on. I need the grabby boy. Like near where the wagon is, if I can get there without dashing. So like as close to the wagon as I can get without dashing.
Yep. Okay. You can probably get to about there, we'll say. Yep.
And what I would like to do, please, is. Hang on, I just need to make sure I can actually do this. No, I have to be able to see them. That is annoying.
Like most spells.
Yeah.
Except Fireball.
Well, no, there are ones you can cast without being able to see. You just need to know the area, or you like roughly have a guess. But I would like to. Yeah, no, that's accurate. I want to Eldritch Blast at the barrier because I want to get the barrier out of the way.
Yeah, okay.
Not specifically the one, not where Delgrim is, the other one.
This one here. Yep. Okay. Yeah, for sure. Okay, so make an attack roll.
Dice is good. 12 plus 5, 17.
Yeah, piece of cake. Yep. And so some damage.
So that is an agonizing blast because warlock stuff is fun.
Absolutely.
So it's a d10 plus 3. So 9, whatever the heckins that is, force damage. Force. Which, yeah.
What does Rowan's Eldritch Blast look like?
Big bada boom.
So the color in the tiger's eye that is in her pocket, that yellowy gold color, just comes streaming out, but like it's layers stacked on top of each other. So for those who want to nerd with me and science with me, you can have this science moment. It's like a sedimentary rock of like, poof. It's less magic energy, more like get whomped with rocks, but stream of rock. Yeah, get whomped.
Just leave this trail of sand.
Eldritch Blast is force damage. It's not electric. Yeah. It's not electric. So it's basically like getting whacked with a rock, like a real big wompy rock.
So does it leave a trail of sand as it goes past?
There's definitely some dust. It's going to be around afterwards.
So you
rock and roll time. It's hydrate time as well because it's a sedimentary rock, and they get formed usually in water type environments. Is common. Science.
It's cool. It's cool when there's some movement in the tiger's eye and it gets a wave in it as well.
Hey, Crit and Miss.
Crit and Miss.
Hey, guys.
How you doing? Welcome.
Hello.
Thanks for coming along.
Welcome to the first combat of the campaign. Oh my god!
So yeah, man, Radiant Shadows. We are live on Twitch every second Saturday, 7 p.m. Australian Eastern Standard Time. Come and check us out, hang out, watch us do all sorts of cool stuff. Best group of players on the face of the planet. It's awesome. And yeah, first combat.
I just Eldritch blasted a wall. Is basically where we're at. Did I
Is it-
successfully Eldritch Blast? the wall?
Absolutely. Like as it hits the wall, like it was there more as a point of cover more than any kind of like sturdy fortification.
Yes.
And it just blows shards of wood everywhere.
So if there are shards of wood, does that
Yep.
mean potentially anyone's going to get hit by like? Whoops!
Axe, like stone and wood shrapnel.
Whoops! I exploded something, but you know now there's shrapnel everywhere.
Look, I would say maybe I'm gonna say Delgrim and this dude. Delgrim, make a dex saving throw.
I will. I'm gonna do it with self-imposed disadvantage.
Okay.
Backstory stuff. That situation, the front of that cave, like being exploded and falling in, just strikes
Yeah.
reminiscent terror into to Delgrim's heart.
Sorry, buddy. Didn't know.
so-
That's awesome,
uh,
dude. I fucking love that.
Big warm hugs
So-
needed.
Didn't know.
Yeah, all of the hugs, please.
Game over, man.
Game over.
The game is over. So dex saving throw. We
Yep.
said. Self-imposed disadvantage. What am I doing? That's a 9.
Okay, so no, so that will be a fail. So you take 1 point of piercing damage. Like as you're standing down against this this female warrior in front of you, like you get this sharp pain in the back of your neck, and you kind of for a moment lift your hand up, and there's like this piece of wood sticking out of your neck, which you pull out. It's like this massive like splinter from the explosion behind you. Miera, what you notice is the individual that was asleep here. Oh god, what was that? Starts to rouse as they also got hit by a piece of flying debris, which was enough to wake them up.
Which one?
Which one was it? Batwing?
The Batwing. Yep, so Batman is now awake. Which-
No.
Okay,
Where are they?
How far can we actually see in now? Did that?
Yeah, does that
obliterate?
change the distance of visibility?
Yeah,
and
look,
stuff?
you'd be able to see all the way inside the cave now, so you can see just how deep this cave actually is. You can
We
How
see-
deep is your cave?
Sorry, from where you are,
Just how
no.
deep the
You'd be able to see
rabbit's
sort of
cave
down
goes.
towards where the stream sort of angles off towards the bottom of the map. So yeah, so you'd see sort of
Can we see
Just wondering.
skull person?
you would just be able to. So Delgrim, where you are, Grumpfel, where you are, you'd still need to come forward because you're still sort of slightly behind the rock. But you can angle yourself up this way and be able to see them without too many issues. And it is, and you are up.
Okay, so yes, I am also going to
Yeah,
scooch in close.
sorry, just one sec.
Sorry,
Sorry, I don't mean to interrupt.
no, go.
But I said the moment I saw some movement or something, I'd take a shot. Does that still count?
Where he's not moving.
Skittle yourself, please, Ham.
Fair enough.
Blame Promethean.
Skittle it up.
Who did that?
Promethean.
Oh, you...
Hey, buddy. How you doing? Hi.
Look, I feel like
Time for shit.
I need to
Time
finish
for
these,
shit.
so I'm gonna have 4 of them.
I think you need a
Whoa.
refresh because you've clearly eaten all the bad ones.
Yeah. New bag.
Facial expression of
E-
concern.
either
I
he's
think I
found
have eaten all the bad ones.
Aw, boo.
Disappointment.
Also, shittle time is now a hashtag.
We all collectively come together and sort out. I don't know,
If you're doing
unless
it,
somehow we can
by the
sort
way-
out the bad ones.
if you're doing it, by the way, next week, I will put shittle time on the bingo card.
Right. So, Grumpfel, what are you up to?
Alrighty. Sorry, have we resolved what Tiernan was doing?
I'm very conscious of your ready action, John. So
Fair enough.
I
Just
haven't
curious.
forgotten about
That's cool. Are we resolving anything, or is it still
that.
holding?
Nope, not yet. No, it's still holding.
Okay, cool. I from where we were, I will follow down to where Rowan has moved to.
Okay, cool, sweet.
So does dash basically covers all actions and only bonus actions are left, correct?
So getting to that point there was just an action, because you've still got a little bit of distance to go that way. So no, you're fine because she still had her Eldritch Blast, so you're good there.
Okay.
I'm finagling things a little bit at this point
Yeah.
in time because I don't have enough.
That's right. So that
Almost
leaves
like
me.
you thought we'd actually go up into the cave.
So that was so Dash's movement and action. So that leaves me with only bonus or anything like
I know,
that.
so you've still got your actions. You've still got.
Oh, okay.
You've only done your moves.
I
You've
didn't
still got your
dash.
action and bonus
Yeah.
action.
Oh, right. Okay. Sorry, I thought you dashed, so we were down closer.
Yeah.
That's my bad. Alrighty, I don't have anything there that's going to quite help right now. I'm still concentrating for the bless. Grumpfel will put away the crossbow and bring out his shield and won't get out the mace just yet. So we'll, in case there needs to be another spell of healing, because I don't think he has any sort of battle casting, so he needs a hand free. So he'll put away the crossbow and pull out the shield and still have a hand free for casting, because it's not close enough for hand to hand just yet.
Okay, cool.
And that'll be him done.
Okay, outstanding. All right, so it is now their turn. So the young woman down here, Batwing, will stand herself up, sort of dusts herself and looks around, sort of a bit, sort of bedazzled, sort of confused by everything that's going on. She'll see you, Miera, and she just like,
Sorry.
oh, bless you. Grabs her short sword and will charge at you. Now, you had dashed. She's not going to be able to quite get to you because it takes half her movement to stand up. But she will use her action to dash until she gets right up and close to you. So Miera, at this stage, you've got this young woman who is charging at you with this sword, letting out a fairly unconvincing kind of battle cry, possibly more from fear, like, you know how someone tries to sort of amp themselves up in a stressful situation. Delgrim, this woman that you just stabbed with your pick, goes, you little shit, and will attack you twice with her long sword.
Oh, she.
All right, so she gets a plus that. It says 12 hit.
It does not.
Does a 16 hit?
It does.
It does. So the first swing you manage to parry away with the pick. The second swing, however, she manages to get past your defenses, and you will take 5 points of slashing damage as it cuts through. Tolbin over here, who's sort of wide-eyed from this exploding barrier caused by Rowan, goes, and he sees you, Delgrim. He's just like, oh, fucking you guys, and starts to charge. At which point, Tiernan, you see him suddenly sort of emerge out of behind the rocks as you're waiting patiently to go. So you can now make your attack.
Ooh. Oh. I rolled a 10, but I do get blessed, but I don't think it's going to hit.
So you rolled a 10, or 10 was with your modifiers?
10 was with my modifiers, plus 1, so 11.
11? That hits. It's just wearing leather armor.
Oh, okay.
So he comes racing out, and you just manage to sort of just hit him. Roll for damage.
8.
8. Excellent. Okay. So it's it's equivalent of a firebolt, isn't it?
Yeah.
So that would look pretty cool, wouldn't it? Because like that blast of fire is shooting through like the night air, past sort of Miera and co. Yep.
Well, the way it works would be, as he prepared the shot, he pulled off the safety catch, and as you see, that just the pistol slowly builds up momentum and gets brighter and brighter and brighter, and then just when he clicks, it launches the firebolt streaming straight through and hitting Tolbin.
And it collects him in the top shoulder and knocks him slightly as he's racing towards Delgrim. And Delgrim, you hear this person racing towards you, and sort of manage to turn just in time to defend yourself. So he also attacks you twice. That will be a miss, but the 22 will be a hit.
Yeah.
Unless there's
correct.
something I don't know.
Incorrect. Yeah. No, that's definitely a hit.
Not rolling very well on damage. It's 3 points of slashing damage. As he comes through, and the woman sort of faints towards you and catches you off guard. And he drives sort of the tip of his sword into the side of you, which just barely grazes through your armor. Not a particularly nasty wound, but still painful. That is them. So now it is up to Delgrim.
I'm gonna die.
Delgrim's really annoyed at Tolbin for just sticking a sword in him, but at the same time also doesn't want to kill Tolbin. So he's gonna have another crack at the human woman.
Okay.
Again, just straight up with the war pick.
Yep.
Swing on into it.
Yep.
It's a 6.
Caught between.
I should have cast that bloody spell again. Oh, good.
Oh,
I did not.
caught between. I thought it was a concentration spell. I mean, I'm obviously not used to it.
It might be. I'll double check. I think it is. It is concentration up to a minute.
Okay, so you'll need to.
Yeah, it is. It's up to a minute.
You'll need to make two.
Which I would have. Yeah, I would have lost, right?
Well, not necessarily. So make two. So make two concentration rolls. Both of them, you'll just need to get over 10.
Right, nat 20 on the first.
Yep.
22. 12 on the second.
Yep, that's fine. Yep. So you maintain concentration. Does that change your to hit at all in regards to the attack?
It maintains the advantage on
Okay.
the hit.
Posture
then?
check.
Yeah. Which makes
Posture.
15 then
15 does hit.
to hit. Sick. In which case we have on her. So that's 9 piercing,
Oh, geez.
and the extra D8 force damage, which will be. It's another 3.
Okay, this is another mighty blow against her. She's trying to defend against your pickaxe, but she just, for whatever reason, just the strength and anger that you've got going with this magic flowing through you, the pick buries itself again, almost against the same spot that you got last time, and she lets out this scream of pain. She's bleeding really badly now, and you can see she's struggling to stay on her feet. She looks very, very badly injured. All right. Anything else?
That's all I've got.
Okay, so it is now Tiernan.
Hmm.
We also have a posture check.
Checking.
I have posture. Does it need to be good? Need to be bad?
That's one way to
good or,
posture.
good or bad.
Needs to be spinal.
Okay, Tiernan, what are you doing?
How close is the central league, the Batwing?
How close?
Because I moved forward 30 feet originally.
Like within 60 feet, easy. Are you after a range for a particular thing?
Yeah.
What's the range?
30.
Yeah, you're within 30 feet. That's easy.
Okay. Right. Well, do I help? Do I help Delgrim or do I help Miera?
Oh, Delgrim.
Help Miera. It's my
Seriously, oh, Delgrim.
I have cookies.
Wow.
Ooh.
Okay, interesting.
She's also right there. Like, you don't have to go.
I have only 10 HP left.
I don't
And you're not getting abandoned there. Give us a second. My God.
Right.
The cavalry's coming. You're the one who charged in there by yourself.
I'm trying to. Tiernan's trying to remember if we're supposed to keep Tolbin alive or not at this point in time. No, Tiernan would probably... he probably thinks Delgrim's got it sorted. He seemed like he knew what he was doing. So
He's fine.
He's fine.
Yeah, it's fine.
He's fine.
It's fine.
So he lines
What's
up the
that?
Batwing.
What's that rolling out of the cave? It's oh no. Okay. Yeah. So about that other character, Promethean. Okay, right. Make your shot,
Yep.
Tiernan.
He's going to lean into the shot and take a shot at the other one.
Yep. So Batwing. Yep. Dun.
Oh, my rolls aren't too good. 13.
13 hits. Yep.
And for... it's only 3 damage. But we're going to use Blinky's going to take a shot as bonus action.
Okay.
While that's happening, we've got a bingo in the chat.
We do.
An
Oh my
11
God.
hit.
Who got the bingo?
Ellen.
Oh my God, Ellen. So congratulations. What happens next is that within the next 6 to 948 years, we'll deliver you a brand new 2022 Nissan car.
Listen,
What's
Yeah.
actually going to happen is Ellen's going to forcibly have to help me with bingo next week.
Absolutely, there you go.
That's your prize. Is to help me
So
with
Ellen gets to choose which of the PCs dies. So
Wait,
tell
what?
me.
Oh
and-
no! It's going to say Rowan. That's not okay.
Oh dear.
No, Ellen gets our great admiration for staying for the stream and participating in our shenanigans. So thank you very much.
Yeah, a brand new 2022 Nissan Radiant Shadow.
Woo! So Blinky
Let's keep
Blinky goes pew pew.
Yeah, did 11 hit?
11 does hit. Yeah.
Okay. For 5 force damage.
Okay.
So it's literally he blinks a couple of times, starts to speed up the blinking, and boom, and his whole eye goes bright red and fires out a short blast.
So Miera, you watch as this young woman is racing towards you, and she's like probably 5 feet away, like sword held high. This blast comes over your shoulder and hits her on one shoulder, which sort of freezes her for a moment before this other blast just catches her full in the face and blows her backwards off her feet. Very, very dead. Okay, awesome. Anything else, Tiernan?
Probably move up to be beside Miera after that.
Not a problem. And Miera, it's your turn. Oh.
Yeah. Am I now close enough to one of the 2 people that isn't dead
Yeah,
to tie them up with the rope that I have in my bag?
you would be. It would be like tying someone up takes probably more than just an action, 6 seconds in the middle of combat. Like tying someone up's a fairly involved sort of thing. I don't know.
What about just binding their
people's-
hands? If they're
Yeah.
face down,
Yeah.
like just binding their hands.
Yeah, look, I'm totally cool with that. Yep. Quick wrap around, tying up their hands so they can't still do anything like that. That's absolutely fine.
Cool.
Yep.
Can I get, hang on, which one? Batwing's dead.
Batwing's
Not
dead.
one.
So
Can I?
there's the Furbolg and there's the balding dude. So me.
Let's,
Take your
tie,
anger out.
Insert.
let's tie up the balding dude, clearly.
Yeah.
I set myself up for that one.
You
did.
I'm okay
You did.
with that.
I want to make a
Okay.
reference that only Promethean will get now about the Matt's Taskmaster. But
Can I sorry, can I, before we move on, can I also use one of my my bonus action to use one of my sorcery points?
To do what?
Just to get a spell slot back.
I believe you've got to use 2 sorcery points to do that. Just double check that. 2 sorcery points for a level 1 spell.
I have 2 sorcery points. Can use a sorcery point to gain additional spell slots. Sorcery points, yes. So well, I'll use both of them then.
Yep, totally cool. Absolutely.
Thank you.
All right. And with that, Miera is done, and it's back to Rowan with a Grumpfel following up.
Yep. Do I have? Can I get to the near where the one that looks like a deer? Let's go with that as a description. Can I get to that without expending a dash?
Yeah, piece of cake. Absolute piece of cake.
Can I get to like there?
Yeah, absolutely.
Great. Because what I actually want to be able to see is around the corner.
Yep.
So what I would like to do I have a straight line to in fact I know I have a straight line to the woman, so I'm just gonna use Eldritch Blast on her again, basically to shove her like as much as slam into her as much as I can to kind of get her off.
Yeah, go for it.
In so much as one can do non-lethal damage with an Eldritch Blast, if that makes sense.
I can appreciate what you're trying to
intention?
do.
Yes.
Yes.
The intention is not.
Yeah. If you roll a natural 20, there might be some issues, but otherwise, no, we should be okay.
And I'm
Aim for
blessed.
the
So
knees.
I've rolled that with the bless, so it's 19 plus. Hang on, 19 plus 5, so 24.
Yeah, no, that's definitively a hit. Yes. And damage?
Damage is I need one of those. Is 8 plus 3 is 11.
Oh, okay.
Wait, so get off him.
So you blow her backwards, sending her spinning into the wall. There's a bit of an uncomfortable sort of crash sound as she hits it, and she collapses to the ground. You basically got her sort of in a similar spot to where Delgrim's hit her a couple of times already.
Yeah.
So quite possibly just the sheer pain from that has rendered her unconscious.
Yeah.
You can still see she appears to be breathing for all intents and purposes.
It's more like I slammed her so hard that she smacked her head on the wall and fell unconscious, rather than I murdered her.
You
cool?
melted her face, and no.
I mean, you can't melt someone with force. Anyway, before I get on my Eldritch Blast high horse.
Okay, no, totally cool, absolutely. So, Delgrim, for your edification, the woman has been rendered unconscious.
Got it. Yeah, I had this.
Doesn't matter if you had it. She's done now. Worry about the other one.
Grumpfel, you're up.
Okay, so just to clarify, from the wooden gates there, how much of them have been blown away by Rowan visibility through to Delgrim?
So the bottom one is gone.
Yep.
That one there is still in existence, but you could still move, like easily get your action to get to where Rowan is and be able to see inside.
Okay, I will do that.
Okay. And you can see Delgrim in there facing off against Tolbin, and this other woman collapsed up against the wall.
Okay, and so I know and have seen that Rowan, Miera, and Tiernan haven't taken any damage.
You haven't seen anything which indicate that they've been injured in any respect. Yep.
Surveying the scene, I can see that Delgrim has taken some damage.
Absolutely.
Okay. In which case, where are we? Hang on. No, can't use that. That's touch based. That one. Okay. Going to use the divine channel divinity preserve life. As an action, you can restore 10 hit points. Choose any creatures within 30 feet of you and divide those hit points among them. So basically, because Delgrim is the only one who looks like he's has been hurt and the others haven't, he is within 30 feet now of me.
Easy.
Okay, so Grumpfel dashes up to where Rowan is, quickly surveys the side, sees that Delgrim needs help, grabs his holy symbol and says, Lord, help my friend, and then reaches his hand out towards Delgrim, and you see it's almost like this black shimmer come out of his hand, his splayed hand, and it almost swirls and shimmers and dances towards Delgrim, enveloping him from feet upwards, and his wounds close, and some vigor restores into him, and he restores 10 hit points.
Oh, I love you.
Outstanding.
Should we just leave? Should we just leave the two of you?
Yeah. So
Alone.
fade to
We'll
black.
just go.
It's a deep thing. It's a deep relationship.
I'm so shipping Delgrim and Grumpfel now.
Yeah. Delful, Grumpfin.
Delphi?
Grumgrin, I think it's the
Grumgrin. Okay, so with that, it is now their turn. With the woman unconscious, the rest of the group out the front of the cave, and a now very invigorated Delgrim facing off against Tolbin. Tolbin brings his sword up, and he's just like, this is ridiculous. Throws it on the ground, just goes, look, I'm not dying for this. Just, I surrender. Just don't kill me. I'm done. And that is where we're going to leave it for today.
This reminds me of the time that
Ellen would like everyone to know, by the way, that she didn't get bingo. She was trying to point out that there'd been something ticked off of bingo, which means that the story would get everyone bingo. So that's what we'd like to say.
Correct. If we're playing Rose/Collins bingo, got it.
You got it a while
Nailed
ago.
it,
Yeah.
by the way.
All right.
Oh, yeah.
Boom.
Missing one for the whole lot. Boom! That was our first combat, everyone.
That was
How
your
good
first
was
one.
that?
You guys cleaned up. Piece of cake.
I can't believe
So
how many
you-
I was gonna
people.
say,
would've
and
been
no
slaughtered
one
if that
died
dragged
that
out.
day, except someone did die that day, and so now we have to deal with the deadness.
So
Hang
yeah,
on,
man,
bro.
like once again illustrating how at low levels the sleep spell is one of the greatest spells in the history of all spells that have ever been
Oh,
spelled.
my God.
And why
Useful.
Eldritch Blast is excellent.
And Eldritch
why
Blast
would you take
is-
anything else?
spell it out.
Yeah. So
I was pretty happy with Zephyr Strike there. That's
Yeah,
that was really- I've
times.
never seen anyone use
quite
it.
literally.
yeah, no, that was awesome. So as per tradition, let's have a quick whip around of favorite moments whilst Sarah, the world's greatest producer on the face of the planet who's ever existed, maybe has looked for a
Shout out to Saz.
rating.
I've made a suggestion to you, Saz, for who we could rate if you want.
So I'm going to go in reverse order this time. So John, favorite moments, favorite thoughts.
Boat hijinks. It was just, why were we there?
Because you can.
Because there was a boat there.
The DM goes, "There's a boat." He goes, "Oh my god, it's a boat!"
It's a boat.
It's
Yeah,
a boat. You can't not
Give
go
us
out
a
into a boat
toy.
if there's a boat.
Yeah,
Magical boat.
Could have been a mimic. Probably next time it's going to be a mimic.
I just found it hilarious how everyone seemed to have an agenda for being on the boat.
Yeah. So like I when I no god.
Touch the
Right.
butt. That's right.
So-
NVCDM has just quoted Finding Nemo. Touch the butt.
Touch that. Oh my
Mhm.
gosh.
the butt.
So Heath, how about you?
Boat hijinks seeing Delgrim just like with ballerina like grace get into the boat was brilliant.
Oh my
it was
God.
almost eclipsed by the rationale that Delgrim should open a childminding facility with the interaction of him and Brian, whose sole purpose in today's session was to bring the fish pie to him. And I think it highlights that Delgrim should indeed open a daycare or an early learning center of some sort.
I'm still curious as to why the overt aggression against Brian. I was just like, yes,
It wasn't me.
Yes, your fish pie, sir. Great, you're an asshole. It's like, oh my god, way to insult the 8-year-old.
Children these days, they just need honest feedback about how their face look. And Brian, the young child face, it look annoying.
Wow. Cass, how about you?
Well, I appreciated the appearance of a wild Brian and the fact that he called
Always.
so he said that Delgrim had a face like poo.
I love that that's your insult, Ham. I was like, wow. No short
was
joke.
so
You had a
good.
short joke right there. It was right there to be gifted.
But he's an 8-year-old. I mean, it's like a poo, man. It's like
Poo bum wee. Yeah.
exactly.
I also like the fact that I also like the case of the Delgrims. If you're a bit blunt and rude, that's what it's called now.
Yeah. We've definitely got a lot of material for like t-shirts,
Bingo?
bumper stickers, or bingo, or just friggin' anything. We need someone to go clip mad. Kate, how about you?
Self moment booping Blinky.
Yeah.
Just because roll for boop.
Yep.
Roll for
Roll
boop.
for boop. Roll for the boop.
In terms of like generally, I mean, I just love Ham being Larry, whose name is not Larry,
Yeah.
but it will be Larry forever.
He's going to be Larry forever. Yeah.
I think I think it's just really nice because it's like, yeah, it's a nice touch that runs through. So yeah.
Nice.
But roll for boop will be an emote. Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Saz,
Absolutely.
please
Yeah.
give me roll for boop.
Yeah. No, I
Roll
can
for
see
boop.
she's writing it
Woo.
down. She's currently actually doing everything right now. So it's awesome.
Oh wow, that artwork is incredible. You've done
I
an
know.
outstanding
It's
job.
like amazing what
Wow.
what
I'm sorry.
What?
I'm a little halfly excited about being out in the world. Roll for boop is a thing and it's going to
It
happen
is.
now.
absolutely.
Roll for boop.
Promethean, how about you?
It
Boop,
would have
Blinky,
to
right on the
be
bill.
the
And this-
introduction. Yeah, right on that bill.
Right on
Yeah,
the
if you
bill.
know what I mean. Would have to be Cass's introduction of an ugly chicken into the equation for absolutely no reason other than to see a chicken die,
Yeah.
apparently. That was great.
I just figured they'd
and-
be happy to let go of it if it was ugly.
Yeah, great idea. And also,
don't
just
know,
in
I've-
general, like lore drops for everyone's characters in bits and pieces. There was just
Oh,
a
yeah.
bunch of little tendrils of everyone's characters that came out a little bit
That's
more
right.
than
Clucker.
Good
than perhaps
session.
had recently. Yeah,
Yeah.
dig
no,
that.
It's been nice. I love it when like one of the combat's one of those things where sometimes it can be a grind, sometimes it can be slow, but it's also a great way to give some ideas about how people function as well. So the identity that comes through with how you cast spells and all those sorts of things. But yeah, there was some interesting little lore drops. I've enjoyed playing Larry. I think you as a DM you have so many NPCs that you try and embody that it's sometimes it can be hard to try and give every single one a really unique identity. And sometimes you just sort of stumble into something which seems to work. And I think that Larry is an example of that.
What I always found interesting is whenever you do it and you say that you're talking to them, he comes right up. You literally move closer to the
Yeah.
camera.
Yeah.
And I'm like,
Yeah.
Good.
whoa.
You did this
Yeah.
very
Is that-
uncomfortable and just a
How
little
you
bit
doing?
sexy kind of thing.
How are you doing?
Yeah. Can't wait for
I must
for Larry
admit-
next week, but
I've,
I don't want it at the same time.
We'll have a Larry after dark session.
I've enjoyed terrorizing
I'm
you
in.
with that as well. But cool. Those of you who are lurking in the audience, as always, thank you so much for hanging around. And
We are not doing Larry's OnlyFans, Ellen. No.
Yes.
Why not?
Yes.
No.
Only phase.
Oh,
Only phase.
look,
Yeah.
I'm not one to use the OF as the butt of a joke, but only phase I feel like is viable concept.
Only
Let's
phase.
run
that's
with it.
Yeah.
there's merch. Only face.
Ellen, I know where you live. We are not doing no.
Keep it up, Ellen.
No.
That was great.
no,
I feel like-
I think
Ham,
Beautiful.
lean forward, Ham. I feel like Larry needs to answer this.
Oh,
no, Larry. No.
Larry's ASMR channel. I'm down
Yeah.
for Larry's
Yeah.
OnlyFans, different thing.
But really random things like, let's see.
Oh.
Larry's going to tell you how to make peanut butter toast. Slide that piece of bread into the toaster and just gently push the button down.
That is not what this channel is, Hamish.
Oh, dear.
I did not sign up for this.
Dear.
How'd we get here?
Lather that peanut butter all over the
Oh.
Oh, no.
yeah.
Oh.
I'm gonna do a Larry
Chat.
only stream.
Oh,
I'm not
no.
coming.
yeah. No, back off.
NVC DM Luscious Larry 69 on OnlyFace.
OnlyFans.
Oh,
Now
LEB,
that's merch
Larry-
and that's social media promo right there.
Yeah.
You
Oh,
go be live, guys.
LEB
Oh, so
Larry
tired.
eating chicken mukbang.
Mukbang, yeah.
Oh. Oh dear, oh dear.
So,
Oh.
so as always, thank you guys, the players, for coming and partaking in the shenanigans. Thank you, Sarah, for lurking in the background, pushing all the buttons, doing all the stuff, making things happen,
Weirdo.
putting up with all of our bullshit. Yeah, she is a bit weird, isn't she? Oh.
God, we're all so
Well, to
dumb.
put up with us, of course she has to be.
As Modry puts it, you can hear the tired. Yes.
Oh yeah,
Yes,
yeah,
yes.
yeah. Taste the painbow.
Oh my
all right, do we have someone that we can go and raid?
We drop in Phoenix, Sarah?
Yes.
Yeah, Phoenix Iwaki is where we're gonna go and
Right on.
raid. Go a raiding.
So thank you very much, everyone. We'll see you in a fortnight's time, where we're going to find out what are these guys going to do now that the Tolwyn and his crew have surrendered. Are they going to heartlessly murder them in a blood-splattered exhibition of terror and gore, or is it going to be a tea party? Who knows?
Also, if for those who don't know, because they're not on Twitter, we've talked about whether or not we're all going to kind of rock up in random bits of Halloween costume because it's
Oh, yeah.
Halloween weekend. So we might all just be wearing a whole bunch of random crap that you can
Oh,
come
is
and
it?
see us in. It is Halloween.
I had no idea.
I know. And also just please remember that Raging Rolls on Thursday night if you do want
Yes.
to come and support Beyond Blue and charity and fun things and generally make my life a
see.
living hell.
I
Please feel free to come and do that.
think that's the right
We
direction.
love them. Thank you to half of the Raging Roll
Oh,
team for hanging out in
direction.
chat because I know it is very late for them now. And
Yeah, thank you
they're all
very
pretty
much,
gone
guys.
now.
And if you
Ooh.
find anyone else who you think would enjoy this, like, let people know. And episodes are on YouTube.
Yeah.
Episode 1 is, episode 2 is
On Monday.
Monday. And then we'll keep going from there.
We're trying to catch up, but PAX happened.
Yeah,
Yes.
PAX has been a major thing. So, all
Right.
right.
Takes a lot of time.
Yeah, it is way past my bedtime, and I'm about to turn into a pumpkin. Where for Kate, it's lunchtime or something like that, I think.
Like 9:30. I'm just gonna actually go drop in on a friend's birthday party. So like quite literally,
Yeah.
you know, you'll go have fun. I got places to be. Uh,
All right. Thank you very much, everyone.
Ellen's gonna make my life a living hell. Good to know.
Rowan's going to go and do her own rating.
Yeah.
I'm behind this. I would like this.
That's why she had a big drink before. It's fine.
Awesome. All right. Cheers, much, everyone. We'll see you in a fortnight. Play nice. Don't talk to strangers. And remember,
Don't do
if
anything
you've
we
got-
wouldn't do, which doesn't leave much.
There's
Ignore,
no-
ignore all of that advice. That's terrible advice.
Yeah. Just remember, always
Play by
be-
your own rules.
Yeah.
Talk to as many strangers as you
Scooby-Doo
want. Some
ending?
of them are really interesting.
Yeah. Remember, if Larry wouldn't do it, then no, I don't know.
What would Larry do?
Yeah, what would Larry do?
Was it WWLD?
What would Larry do?
What would Larry do?